Welcome back, brothers, to Warhammer. Tonight we're diving into a theory on what if the Emperor created the Tyranids. Before we get into the madness, be sure to like, comment, and videos of topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe from the Emperor. I want to thank you guys for the support. I've been killing it like always. Now, let's get to the video.
The judgment of Ash hung above Carthax Minor, like a verdict no soul had lived long enough to hear pronounced. It was not a warship in the proud sense. It bore lance batteries and macro-cannon broadsides, yes, and its flanks were armoured in black adamantium layered with hexagrammic warding and the iron sigils of the Holy Ordos. But its true purpose was not conquest. It was a prison, a reliquary, an execution block, and a cathedral of sanctioned cruelty. Its decks were built narrow and high, so that every corridor felt like the nave of a chapel, made by men who believed mercy was a structural weakness. Servo skulls drifted through incense haze. Cherubim with flayed metal wings dragged censers on chains. Red-robed adepts muttered litanies to machine spirits that had learned to hate the living. Below, the moon was dead. Carthax Minor had no seas, no cities, no atmosphere worthy of the name. Its surface was grey dust and black stone, cratered by impacts older than the Imperium and scarred by one wound that was not natural. An excavation pit yawned across its equator, ringed by dead Mechanicus crawlers, collapsed void shelters, and the skeletal remains of gun servitors left at their posts. Something had been buried there during the Great Crusade. Something had been sealed beneath codes older than the heresy. Something had begun to scream. The signal reached the judgment of Ash in 3 tongues. The first was High Gothic, scraped raw by static, yet unmistakably human. The second was Binharic, cold and precise, a machine prayer spoken too quickly for mortal cognition. The third was not language as men understood language. It was rhythm, pulse, contraction, a wet cadence of command and appetite that made the ship's astropaths convulse in their restraint cages until blood ran from their eyes in thick black threads. "The weapon has returned," they babbled. They said it from behind iron muzzles and sanctified bite bars. They said it while clawing at their own cheeks. They said it as medici servitors injected them with sedatives strong enough to still an ogrin's heart. They said it when their tongues split. They said it after death, their vox collars rasping the phrase from slack throats, as if something had remained in the meat to keep speaking. The weapon has returned. Inquisitor Lord Severian Corda listened to the chorus without expression. He stood at the threshold of Vault Processional 9, tall and corpse-thin, in a long coat of black synth leather reinforced with plates of dull carapace. A rosarius hung at his throat, its power field inactive, its casing engraved with prayers of absolution and execution. His face was pale, shaven, and sharp enough to seem unfinished, as if some sculptor had begun carving a skull and grown bored before adding softness. One eye was human, the other was a red augmetic lens that clicked faintly whenever it focused. Around him waited his retinue, Ordo Xenos kill agents in sealed void black armor, gun servitors with rotary cannons mounted where their arms had been, interrogator priests with shock mauls and scripture brands, stormtroopers of the inquisitorial household, hellguns locked across their breastplates, rebreathers hissing, their discipline rigid enough to masquerade as courage. Behind them came the Death Watch. Watch Captain Malachi Vaughn walked at their head in armor, as black as the space between stars. His left pauldron bore the silver arm of the Long Vigil. His right retained the old heraldry of his chapter, almost entirely obscured beneath acid scarring, claw gouges, and oath script etched in bone-white lines. A stalker pattern bolter rested mag-locked to his thigh. A Xenophase blade hung at his hip in a sheath bound with kill seals. Across his back, a rad-sealed flamer waited beneath purity tags, stiff with old blood. His kill team followed in silence. Giants in ceramite, veterans from distant brotherhoods, each sworn to hunt the alien in the Emperor's name until death or dishonor claimed them. One carried a combi melter, with a barrel blackened by repeated close kills. Another bore a suspensor-fed heavy bolter, whose ammunition belt was marked with toxin glyphs and the sigil for hellfire rounds. Another had a shield of darkened plasteel and a power maul shaped like a reliquary hammer. None looked at the astropaths. None asked questions of the dead. Vaughn halted beside Corder. "This vault should have been destroyed from orbit," the watch captain said. His voice emerged from his helm's vox grill as a low metallic growl, flattened of anger, but not judgment. Corder did not turn. "Many things should have been destroyed from orbit, watch captain, half the Imperium among them. We persist, because our forebears lacked the purity to burn every secret they feared. Secrets kill worlds. Worlds are replaceable." Vaughn looked down at him. The red lenses of his helm held no warmth. A common opinion among those who do not bleed on them. Corder's thin mouth almost became a smile. "You have bled on more worlds than most men can name, and learned from each wound." Before Corder could answer, the vault door began to unlock. It was not a simple portal. It was a wall of adamantium and blackstone-veined alloy, 3 meters thick and layered with seals that had taken 6 hours to appease. The sigil of the Inquisition crowned its upper arch, severe and watchful. Beneath it sat the cog of Mars, lacquered in crimson and iron. Beneath both was a third mark, older and less familiar, a stylized lightning claw device worked into the metal in gold that had not tarnished in 10,000 years. Magos Biologis, Hestefax. 77 drifted before the door on a cradle of suspensor limbs. Most of him had been replaced by sanctioned machinery. His torso was a ribbed column of brass, vat-grown nerve tissue, and polished steel. His skull remained, though scarcely enough flesh clung to it to call him human. A cluster of green lenses clicked and dilated beneath a hood of red oilcloth. He chanted in Binharic. The sound was sharp enough to pain the teeth. Servo skulls descended in a ring around him, their drill bits extending like insect mouthparts. They pressed against the vault's seals and began to cut. Sparks fell like burning incense. "Magos," Corder said, "speak plainly." Hestefax's voxmitter crackled. "Plainness is a barbarous reduction of sacred complexity, Lord Inquisitor." "Then reduce." "Outer seal has accepted inquisitorial authority. Secondary seal has accepted Mechanicus lineage. Tertiary seal resists all current priesthood ciphers. Its encryption architecture predates accepted Martian standardization. Great Crusade? Affirmation. Late era. Extensively amended. Post-Terran siege contamination probable. Data ghosts present. Machine spirit distressed. Machine spirit ashamed. The final word made several stormtroopers glance at one another. Corder's augmetic eye clicked. "Can a door feel shame?" Hestefax answered without hesitation. "All machines feel shame when men command them poorly." The last seal broke. The door opened inward with the sound of a tomb exhaling. Cold rolled out first. Not the clean cold of void exposure, but the damp chill of old flesh preserved too long. Incense smoke recoiled from the threshold. The lumen strips above the corridor dimmed. One of the caged astropaths began to laugh and vomit blood through his muzzle. "The weapon has returned," he gurgled. A stormtrooper raised his hellgun. Corder lifted one finger. The trooper lowered the weapon. They entered. The vault beyond was circular, ribbed with support arches and lined with dead cogitator banks. Frozen parchment hung from chains. Reliquary cases stood open and empty. The floor was black metal, engraved with concentric circles of warding text in High Gothic, Technolingua, and another script that Vaughn's auto-senses refused to classify. His helm display marked it as hostile, then uncertain, then hostile again. At the center of the chamber, suspended within a stasis field, hung a cyst. It was the size of a human torso. Its surface was translucent, veined, and faintly luminous, trembling with each slow contraction. Cables had been inserted into it from above and below, some imperial, some mechanicus, some grown rather than manufactured. It beat in the field like a second heart stolen from a murdered god. Hestifax made a sound like reverence being strangled. Biological data vessel, he whispered. Impossible preservation, non-standard organic computation. It is alive. Vaughn raised his bolter. Corder did not stop him, but neither did he order him to fire. The Death Watch spread out with the smooth economy of veteran killers. Firing angles were claimed. Auspec's sweeps whispered. The heavy bolter's suspensor field hummed softly. The flamer's pilot light hissed to life, a little blue, tongue waiting to become judgment. Hestifax extended a mechadendrite tipped with a needle probe. "Touch that thing without my sanction," Corder said, "and I will have your soul rendered into a servitor's waste logic." The Magos paused. "Your threat is inefficient. My soul is not demonstrably extant. Then I shall punish your machinery." "Compliance." Corder stepped closer to the stasis field. "Wake it." Hestifax began the rite. The cogitator banks shuddered. Dead screens flickered. Runes crawled across cracked glass. A voice emerged from the vault speakers in a blurt of static, then collapsed into a stream of Binharic shrieks. Hestifax translated aloud, his tone flattening into machine-cold recital. "Archive fragment recovered. Designation: Project Anathema Hydra. Origin stamp: sealed under sigil authority during the latter wars of the Great Crusade. Addendum chains indicate revision after the Siege of Terror. Warning classification exceeds standard inquisitorial doctrine." Corder's human eye narrowed. "Continue." Hestifax's lenses focused on the cyst. Opening thesis follows. The arch-enemy cannot be defeated by territorial conquest. Demonic entities do not obey attritional starvation in the material sense. Flesh slain in rage nourishes them. Souls broken in terror season the Imperium. Devotion, despair, ambition, pain, slaughter, triumph, and fear remain vectors of divine parasitism. Therefore, a terminal measure is required. The vault lights dimmed further. Klein arrived as the words were spoken. Brother Captain Dathor Klein of the Grey Knights entered without announcement, as if the ship had permitted his presence only because denial would have been sacrilege. He wore burnished silver terminator plate inscribed from gorget to greave with hexagrammic wards and sanctified text. His stormbolter rested locked to one wrist. In his other gauntlet, he carried a Nemesis Force halberd, its blade sheathed in a faint psychic shimmer that made the air sweat. Two grey knights followed him, silent and severe, their helms turned toward the cyst. Corder looked back. "You were not invited." Klein's voice was calm, deep, and utterly without apology. The invitation was screamed through the warp. "This is an Ordo Xenos matter." "No," said Klein, "it is not." The archive continued. "A weapon must be made, found, lured, or awakened. A hunger without worship. A mind without ambition. A predator that denies the warp its harvest by devouring the field before corruption blooms. It must silence psychers, strip worlds to mineral, render biomass unto nothing useful to the gods, leave no cult, no corpse, no prayer, no dream." The final word echoed. Dream. At once the cyst beat harder. Every mortal in the chamber screamed. Corder fell to one knee, teeth locked, blood pouring from his augmetic eye socket in a red-black stream. The stormtroopers collapsed around him, some firing wildly into the ceiling, others clutching their helms as if trying to hold their skulls together. The caged astropaths in the corridor shrieked in unison. Their voices fused into one sound, one vast note of agony and distance. Vaughn heard it differently. Inside his helm, beyond the vox noise and autosense warnings, something scraped along the inner curve of his skull. Not claws on metal, claws on bone. He saw, for less than a heartbeat, a sky without stars, and a galaxy turning like meat in a grinder. His armor's machine spirit snarled through warning chimes. His twin hearts accelerated. His finger tightened on his bolter's trigger. The Grey Knights did not fall. They staggered, but held. Klein planted the butt of his halberd against the deck and spoke words that hurt to hear, syllables of banishment and warding drawn from vaults where language itself was chained. Hestifax did not scream. He wept oil from 3 ocular lenses. "Beautiful," he said. "A perfect equation. Input, life. Output, silence." The first servitor ruptured. It had stood near the eastern wall, a heavy labor unit with clamp arms and a lobotomized face. Its spine arched so violently that metal vertebrae burst through the skin of its back. Its augmetic limbs tore free from their sockets, spraying hydraulic fluid and blood. Flesh swelled beneath its grey skin in angular plates. Black chitins split through its chest. Its jaw distended, teeth shedding in a wet clatter as something hooked and glistening forced its way from the throat. A stormtrooper, half blind and panicking, fired first. The Hellgun beam carved a burning line through the thing's shoulder. The servitor thing turned. It moved too quickly. Its clamp arm, still attached by cables and meat, scythed across the trooper's midsection. Carapace armor cracked. The man came apart against the vault floor in a burst of viscera and steam, legs kicking, hands clawing at the ruin of his own belly. The thing dragged itself forward through the blood, chitin blooming across its face like a black flower. Vaughn fired. His stalker bolter coughed once. The shell struck the servitor's skull and detonated inside it. Bone, augmetic plating, and pulped brain matter splashed across the wall. The thing kept moving. The Death Watch answered as one. Hellfire rounds struck in a disciplined sequence, each bolt punching into the corrupted body before bursting with mutagenic toxins and explosive force. The heavy bolter roared, a deep-throated thunder that filled the vault with recoil and wrath. The servitor's torso became a shredded sack of meat and metal. A combi melter flashed white, vaporizing its lower half. The flamer followed, washing the remains in rad-sealed promethium until the scraps curled and blackened. Silence returned in pieces. The corpse twitched once. Then its dying nerves burned a pattern into the floor. Lines of acid light spread from the wreckage, etching themselves into the black metal. Not random, never random. Vaughn's helm display captured the geometry and overlaid it with known Tyranid synapse formations. Warrior node clusters, Norn vector pathways, hive fleet tendril logic, predatory convergence arcs. Corda rose slowly, blood still running down his face. "What is it?" he asked. Klein stared at the pattern. The halberd's blade brightened. "It is Tyranid," Vaughn said. "No," Klein replied. "It is more than that." The Grey Knight stepped closer to the acid-lit map. His psychic wards flickered with cold blue fire. "It carries the taste of the warp being refused, not banished, not conquered, denied, as if something vast passed through the Imperium and left no reflection for the demons to grasp. A silence with teeth. Hestifax's mechadendrites quivered. The shadow in the warp. Klein turned his helm toward the Magos. "Do not name it as if naming grants mastery." Corda wiped blood from his chin with a gloved thumb. "Can it be used?" Vaughn looked at him. "That is the first question of every damned man." The cyst beat again. This time the stasis field failed. Light erupted above it, gold and broken, a projection torn from rotten data and psychic residue. A figure formed within the vault, vast and indistinct, armored in radiance that flickered between majesty and decay. Its face could not be seen. Its outline would not remain stable. One moment it seemed enthroned, the next standing amid laboratory glass, the next burning beneath the weight of a sun. Every Imperial present knew, with a terror deeper than reason, what the image was meant to resemble. Men who had never knelt outside battle dropped to their knees. Even Vaughn felt the old instinct, the gene-wrought obedience etched into the marrow of the legions Astartes and their descendants. He did not kneel. His armor locked as if resisting him. The voice came through every vox grill, every speaker, every skull,
every bleeding mouth of every astropath still alive. If the gods are hunger, it said, broken by 10,000 years of rot, then I shall build a greater hunger. The projection died. For several breaths, no one spoke. Then Klein raised his halberd toward the cyst. Burn it. Vaughn's bolter came up with him. Agreed. Hestefax recoiled. Negative. Negative. Sacred discovery. Revelation-grade biostrategic inheritance. Destruction would be an unforgivable deficit. It is heresy, Klein said. It is evidence, Corder replied. It is contamination. It is leverage. It is a blade at mankind's throat. Corder turned fully toward the Grey Knight. His face was a bloodied mask now, and somehow colder for it. Everything in this galaxy is a blade at mankind's throat, Brother Captain. Some of us are charged with deciding which blades may be turned outward. Vaughn stepped between them. This is madness. Corder looked up at the Death Watch captain. Madness.
Is refusing to learn why the Tyranids answered an Imperial vault. The Xenos do not answer. They feed. Then something called them to table. The chamber doors opened behind them. No alarm sounded. No weapon servitor challenged the arrival. No mortal guard cried warning. Shield Captain Caedmon Ra entered the vault, as if every seal aboard the Judgment of Ash had opened before him in shame. He was clad in auramite plate, the color of a dying sun, worked with eagle wings, lightning bolts, and script too fine for mortal eyes to read. A guardian spear rested in his hand, its blade immaculate, its integrated bolter silent. His helm hid his face behind a red-plumed crest and impassive golden mask. He was alone. He needed no escort. In the corridor behind him, one of the astropaths began laughing. The Psyker had torn his own hands free from their restraints, leaving most of the skin behind. His eyes were gone, pushed out by pressure from within. Black tendrils of corrupted flesh wormed from the sockets, tasting the air. "The weapon has returned," the astropath crooned. "The Father calls. The hunger kneels. The gods shall starve." Caedmon Ra moved once. His guardian spear punched through the astropath's skull, through the restraint cage, and into the deck behind it. The Psyker's head burst around the blade in a spray of bone, blood, and wet brain. The custodian withdrew the weapon without looking back. The corpse slid down the bars in a red smear. Only then did he speak. "By the authority of Terra, this vessel is sealed. No transmission leaves. No witness departs. No judgment is rendered beyond my sight." Corder's expression did not change, but his hand moved a fraction closer to the weapon beneath his coat. "You trespass upon an inquisitorial investigation." Caedmon Ra turned his golden helm toward him. "No," he said. "I arrive at the end of one." Klein inclined his head, not quite a bow. "Shield Captain. Brother Captain." Vaughn said nothing. The Death Watch did not lower their weapons. Caedmon Ra looked at the cyst, the burned synapse map, the dead servitor, and the fading blood on the vault floor. His silence weighed more than accusation. At last he said, "You have opened a chain that was buried for a reason." Corder's voice was soft. "Then tell us the reason." The custodian did not answer. The ship answered instead. Warning klaxons began to toll through the Judgment of Ash, deep and funereal. The deck trembled as Auspec's engines screamed awake. Red lumen strips ignited along the vault walls. Vox traffic burst through command channels in overlapping panic, clipped by discipline and sharpened by fear. Outer system contact. Multiple contacts. Organic mass signatures. Void displacement beyond the heliopause. Bioship silhouettes confirmed. Classification pending. Classification confirmed. The final voice belonged to the ship's master, and it broke on the words despite every drug and oath in his blood. Hive Fleet Leviathan. In the vault, the data cyst beat faster. On the floor, the acid-burned synapse map brightened until it looked like a wound cut into the moon itself. Corder stared at it, with the hunger of a man who had mistaken damnation for ammunition. Klein whispered a warding prayer. Vorn chambered another bolt round. Hestefax 77 began to laugh in Binharik, softly at first, then harder, until the machine clicks sounded almost like sobbing. Kaidman Ra lifted his spear and faced the sealed heart of the vault. Far beyond Carthax Minor, beyond the dead moon and the black ship and the failing courage of men, the void opened its mouth. The first tendril entered real space. Gethsemane Secundus had been built to endure the wrath of lesser gods. Its hive spires rose from the poisoned crust like blackened fangs, each one armored in ceramite-faced adamantium and crowned with defense lasers, macro-flak towers, vox cathedral arrays, and shrines to saints whose bones had long since been ground into the mortar. Between the hives stretched manufactorum wastes, trench continents, ash deserts, and corpse recycling fields, where the dead of old wars were rendered into nutrient paste for the living of new ones. Pilgrimage roads wound across the planet in pale ribbons, paved with the bones of penitents and traitors, each femur and skull lacquered against acid rain and stamped with the Aquila. It was a fortress world, a factory world, a tomb that had forgotten the courtesy of staying dead. Now it waited beneath the moor. Lord Militant Cassian Dravok watched the hololithic globe turn above his command throne. Gethsemane Secundus rotated in crimson light, divided into kill zones, artillery districts, void shield sectors, evacuation corridors, quarantine belts, and projected Xenos digestion paths. Every continent had been carved into grids of sacrifice. Every hive had been classified by how long it was expected to resist after encirclement. Every regiment had already been assigned its grave. The strategium of Bastion Ascendant was vast enough to house a cathedral. It was not beautiful. Beauty wasted space. Its walls were steel, command glass, oath parchment, and maps that bled red when districts fell. Hundreds of officers labored below Dravok's command dais, hunched over cogitator banks, vox altars, and slate lecterns. Servo skulls drifted in disciplined rings, projecting casualty rates, ammunition stocks, void shield integrity, planetary weather corruption, and the constant downward spiral of morale. Above them all, the hololith showed the approaching shadow. Hive Fleet Leviathan had not yet arrived in full. That was the mercy. Its first tendrils were still ghosts in the outer system Auspex grids, living mass slipping between worlds with the patience of extinction. Yet its vanguard was already on Gethsemane. It had been on Gethsemane before the first alarm had rung, before the first astropath had died screaming, before the first priest had declared that the Emperor tests most harshly those he has already chosen to bury. Dravok sat immobile, one gauntleted hand resting on the arm of his throne, the other on the pommel of a saber he had never drawn in anger. He was old by the measure of soldiers, and young by the measure of war. His face was carved by command into planes of exhaustion and iron. A respirator grill covered his mouth, filtering the incense, machine heat, and fear sweat of the strategium. His uniform was black and grey, severe, undecorated save for campaign bars and a single skull badge of high command. He commanded billions, Cadian shock regiments in their thousands, Krieg siege armies in trench coats and rebreathers, already filing into mud that would become their sacrament, penal battalions with explosive collars and rusted laser guns, planetary defense conscripts shaking behind barricades with prayers painted on their helmets, Skitari maniples marching in perfect rad-click cadence through manufactorum smoke, night households sealed into their thrones of honor, their great engines kneeling before battlefield shrines, while sacristans anointed piston and chainblade, Titan maniples striding awake in forge temples, princeps dreaming murder through god machines older than nations, Imperial Navy squadrons in high anchor, macro cannon loaded, lance capacitors howling, void shields already scarred by the first living torpedoes. All of it stood beneath his will. All of it was insufficient. Outer batteries report biospore saturation over the northern ash belt, said Colonel Majoris Vare from the Vox pit. Atmospheric burn has failed to sterilize the descent pattern. Then the atmosphere has disappointed me, Dravok said. Order the lower flak rings to fire through it. My lord, that will collapse flight corridors over Hive Golgotha. Then let nothing fly. The order passed downward. Vox officers repeated it with the solemnity of men delivering scripture. Across the world, orbital defense silos opened like iron flowers. Macro batteries the size of city blocks tilted toward the polluted sky. Shells as large as Hab chapels rose into the clouds on pillars of fire and wrath. The heavens began to detonate. On the hololith, the northern hemisphere flickered white. In the trenches below Hive Golgotha, the men looked up and saw the sky being beaten to death. Hive Golgotha was the oldest of Gethsemane's fortress cities, a black mountain of plasteel, smoke, and prayers. Its outer ring stretched for hundreds of kilometers, a layered belt of trenchworks, razor wire forests, minefields, kill towers, tank revetments, artillery pits, and Aegis defense lines. Lasguns waited in their millions along its firing steps. Autocannons crouched behind sandbags packed with ash and bone dust. Heavy bolters sat on swivel mounts slick with sacred oils. Plasma coils glowed blue in the fog. Meltagan teams knelt in bunkers painted with warding script. Earthshaker cannons rested wheel to wheel in battery fields where crews slept beneath their guns. Medusa siege guns waited with their stubby barrels elevated, each shell blessed by a priest whose hands trembled from exhaustion. Beyond the outer ring, Baneblade companies ground through the ash storms. Their engines bellowed like caged beasts. Their hulls bore names painted in white across blackened armor. His final mercy, St. Drusus weeps, Oath of Iron, Grave Dew, the Emperor's accounting. Infantry parted before them in muddy waves. The Vox link to the Judgment of Ash arrived as a blade of encrypted light across Dravok's command lectern. Inquisitorial priority, said the Vox servitor. Its human jaw clicked around augmetic teeth. Ordo Xenos seal. Lord Inquisitor Severian Corda requests direct authority channel. Requests, Dravok said, without looking away from the hololith. The nearest general flinched. My lord? He requests. Grant it, before he remembers that men like him do not ask. Corda's image formed above the lectern in green distortion, thin and bloodless, one eye a burning augmetic point. Static crawled through the projection. Behind him, Dravok glimpsed black armor, silver warding script, and the severe gold of something he did not wish to name. Lord Militant Dravok, said Corda, Inquisitor Lord, your world is under more than Xenos assault. My world is under precisely enough Xenos assault to occupy my attention. There is a sealed structure beneath Hive Golgotha, pre-heresy. Its existence was omitted from your command archives. Many things are omitted from my command archives, most of them by men who later demand I die defending their omissions. Corda's expression did not alter. The Tyranids may be converging upon it. A forbidden imperial weapon may reveal itself on Gethsemane Secundus. Around the command dais, officers went still. Dravok leaned forward. The hololithic light painted his face the color of old blood. I do not require truth, Lord Inquisitor. I require ammunition, replacement bodies, and permission to burn my own cities before the Xenos feed. You may require all four. Then speak quickly, or send shells. Corda's image flickered. Hold Hive Golgotha. I intended to do so before your arrival. No, you intended to spend it. I need it held. Dravok studied the Inquisitor for a long breath. There is a difference? Yes. In one case, you die buying time. In the other, you die buying understanding. Dravok cut the link. For several seconds, only the murmur of the strategium remained. Then the first inner alarm began to toll, not from the skies, from below. In Command Bunker Septimus Golgotha, beneath 4 meters of plasteel and ferrocrete, Colonel Akast Helbrandt of the Cadian 209th bent over a tactical slate and died without seeing the thing that killed him. A ceiling vent peeled open above him. Something long and mantis-thin unfolded from the darkness. Its talons entered through the collar of his flak coat and emerged from his stomach, carrying ropes of intestine and shattered spine. His mouth opened to shout an order. Blood came out instead. The lictor dropped into the command pit like a nightmare given bones. Men screamed. Las pistols fired. A Vox officer fumbled for his sidearm and lost his hand at the wrist. The lictor moved through them with dreadful elegance, its feeder tendrils tasting each kill before the bodies struck the floor. A major's face vanished beneath a hooked claw. A map adept was lifted, opened from groin to throat, and flung across a cogitator bank in a steaming red sheet. The bunker's command servitor turned too slowly. The lictor's talon punched through its cranial casing and pinned its meat brain to the wall. The bunker died in less than a minute. It was not alone. Across Hive Golgotha's underways, corpse recycling ducts burst open from within. Genestealers came out slick with human fat and nutrient slurry, their claws clicking against tile and rusted conveyor chains. They fell upon corpse workers, medici orderlies, munition serfs, and refugee columns waiting for clearance into the inner hive. Men were pulled apart in the glow of lumen strips. Heads were crushed between clawed hands. Bellies opened, spines snapped. Children of the underhive, old men, deserters, priests, and laborers died in the same choking dark, all distinctions rendered meaningless by talon and hunger. In the refugee tunnels, neurogaunts moved as one. They did not surge like beasts. They flowed like a thought. Thin bodies, pale chitin, blind obedience. They scuttled along walls and ceilings, bypassing barricades, ignoring fire that did not threaten synapse relay points. 1,000 small bodies shared one will, and that will pressed forward through crowds of displaced humanity until panic became a weapon sharper than their claws. Ripper swarms reached the first outer barricades at dawn. They came as living carpets, spilling over mine craters and tank traps, millions of eyeless, many-mouthed things with bodies low to the ground and teeth made for stripping. The front rank of PDF conscripts fired until their laser guns overheated. The Rippers kept coming. They climbed boots, greaves, sandbags, corpses. Men vanished beneath them screaming. One conscript stumbled back with both hands buried in the swarm, covering his own face, shrieking as teeth stripped his cheeks, lips, eyelids, and tongue down to wet bone. Another fell across a firing step and rose halfway as a skeleton threaded with twitching red strings before collapsing into the mud. "Hold the line!" bellowed a commissar through his loudhailer. "In the Emperor's name, hold the line." The line held because the men behind it were more afraid of turning around. Then the main wave struck Hive Golgotha's outer ring. Hormogaunts came first, leaping through shellfire, all scythe limbs and momentum. Termagants followed in chittering masses, flesh borers pulsing in their claws, each weapon alive with beetle ammunition that screamed when fired. Behind them rose the taller shapes of Tyranid warriors, bone swords slick with alien mucus, death spitters coughing acidic grubs into the Imperial lines. Overhead, gargoyles blackened the ash-grey sky. The Cadians fired in disciplined ranks. Lasfire turned the dawn into a red lattice. Volley commands snapped along the trenchworks. First rank kneel, second rank fire, third rank reload. Plasma guns spat miniature suns into the swarm, boiling chitin and bursting organisms into clouds of steam and ichor. Autocannons hammered, kicking up geysers of torn alien meat. Heavy bolters thudded in long, controlled bursts, mass reactive shells detonating inside thoraxes and skull plates. Meltaguns hissed at close range, reducing charging beasts to slumped, molten ruin. The Krieg regiments did not shout. They stood in the forward saps with bayonets fixed and rebreathers hissing, greatcoats clotted with mud, lenses reflecting the oncoming horror. When the Hormogaunts reached them, they met the Xenos with trench tools, bayonets, shotguns, and flamers. Bayonets broke on chitin. Entrenching tools split skulls. Men were gutted and continued firing from their knees. A Krieg grenadier, torn open from ribs to pelvis, wrapped both arms around a warrior's leg and held it still long enough for a meltagun team to erase them both in white fire. Heavy flamers opened along the secondary line. Promethium washed over the swarm in roaring sheets. The front waves became blackened heaps, twitching and shrieking as their limbs curled inward. Burning gaunts stumbled into the trenches, setting men alight. Guardsmen beat at each other with gloved hands, trying to put out flames while flesh-borer beetles punched through flak armor and burrowed into lung and heart. One sergeant kept shouting orders. After half his jaw had been eaten away, his words reduced to wet clicks before a termagant's next shot hollowed his throat. Dravok watched it all from the strategium. He watched casualty runes multiply. He watched regiment icons flicker amber, then red, then black. He watched the outer northern defense belt buckle and reform and buckle again. He watched the first panic markers bloom behind the lines. 3 regiments falling back without sanction, said Colonel Majoris Vere. His voice was rigid, but sweat shone on his upper lip. Golgotha Eastern Approach, PDF elements and 2 Astra Militarum formations. They are clogging the reserve trenches. Names: Gethsemane 112th, Harakoni Ashwalkers 7th, Brimlock Line Infantry 19th. Dravok closed his eyes for half a breath, not in sorrow, in calculation. Execute them. The command staff did not speak. Dravok opened his eyes. I will not have fear breeding behind my guns. Signal the commissariat. Signal artillery reserve. Any body moving west from those banners without a wound-facing mark is to be shot. Any officer contesting the order is to be shot twice, once for cowardice and once for delay. The order went out. Commissars moved through the mud, with bolt pistols drawn and loud-hailers screaming absolution. They did not plead. They did not debate. They fired into the first ranks of fleeing men until bodies fell in piles across the trench mouths. Artillery followed where execution could not reach. Mortar shells came down among the retreating columns. Men in Imperial uniform vanished in bursts of mud, bone, and shredded cloth. A major tried to rally his survivors and took a bolt round through the chest from his own commissar. The explosion hollowed him out and painted the aquila on his banner pole with the inside of his ribcage. Cowardice is a greater infection than Xenos spores, the commissars roared. Die facing the enemy and be counted faithful. Die facing us and be rendered unnamed. The retreat stopped. The furnace was fed again. Then the drop pods came. They fell through the poisoned clouds as black meteors wreathed in fire, each one marked with the silver arm of the Death Watch. Anti-air guns tracked them for a panicked second before recognition codes spared them from friendly annihilation. The pods slammed into the collapsing eastern front, hard enough to crush gaunts beneath their impact petals. Steam vented. Hatches blew outward. Watch Captain Malachi Vaughan emerged into hell. His boots struck mud made of ash, blood, and alien ichor. His helm display became a storm of target runes. The air was full of screaming, chitin impact, lasfire, spores, promethium, and the concussive thunder of artillery. A Lehman Russ burned 30 meters away, its crew still alive inside, hammering against sealed hatches as gaunts crawled over the hull and forced talons through vision slits. Vaughan fired as he moved. His bolter spoke in measured wrath. Each shell found a skull, a joint, a throat, a synapse cluster. A Hormagaunt leapt for him and lost its upper body before its claws touched his armor. A Termagant turned its flesh borer toward him and was bisected by the Xenophase blade in his other hand. Kill team, he voxed. Synapse priority, monstrous organism secondary, mortal rescue tertiary. One of his brothers answered with a bark of static and detonations. The Death Watch veteran carried a frag cannon, and at close range it was less a gun than a door opened into slaughter. A Tyranid warrior crashed over a barricade, bone swords raised. The frag cannon fired. The warrior's torso pulped outward in a wet cone, organs and chitin fragments blasting across the trench wall. The second shot took its head and most of the gaunt behind it. Another veteran climbed the side of the burning Lehman Russ, maglocks clanging. Gaunt swarmed him. He ignored the lesser claws scraping sparks from his armor and drove his Xenopurge flamer downward. Blue-white promethium flooded the tank's hull. Gaunts burned and dropped away, shrieking. The fire found the broken hatches. Inside, the crew screamed louder for a moment as flame rolled through their compartment. Vaughn saw the rune blink from contested to sterilized. "Acceptable," he said. A Carnifex breached the smoke, vast and plated, its tusked head low, its crushing claws slick with men. It plowed through a squad of Cadians, reducing bodies to mist and broken equipment. Heavy bolter fire sparked from its carapace. A Lascannon punched into its shoulder and failed to stop it. "Bring it down," Vaughn ordered. Hellfire rounds hammered into the beast's throat, fired by a Deathwatch veteran kneeling in the mud with perfect calm. The first shells burst toxin sacs. The next volley detonated deeper. The Carnifex roared, a sound like tearing metal and drowning cattle. Vaughn's combi melter armed with a thought. He waited until the beast lowered its head to charge. Then he fired into its mouth. The Carnifex's skull became a furnace. Its head split from within, chitin plates peeling apart as superheated brain matter and alien blood blew backward across the swarm behind it. Its body carried forward another few strides and collapsed at Vaughn's feet, shaking the trench. "Advance," said Vaughn. Behind the line, Hestefax 77 descended from an armored lander that should not have survived atmospheric entry. Skitarii escorts formed around him, galvanic rifles raised, red robes snapping in the hot wind. The Magos drifted above the mud on suspensor limbs, sampling as he moved. Mechadendrites dipped into corpses, both human and Xenos. Needles drank fluid, blades peeled chitin. Tiny saws opened neural channels in fallen gaunts, while their limbs still twitched. He observed a heap of Tyranid dead near a shrine to St. Balthor. The organisms had not crossed the shrine line until synapse pressure intensified. They had paused, not in fear, not in reverence, in assessment. Anomaly, Hestefax clicked. Bioforms demonstrate hesitation near sanctified psychic residue, not doctrinal, not sentimental, sensory discrimination. Ascitarius turned its hooded head. "Clarify, Magos." They taste faith's footprint. Nearby, an astropathic relay tower shook as zoanthropic pressure rolled across the battlefield. The sanctioned psychers inside screamed through sealed walls. Several died at once. The Tyranid swarms changed direction, not toward biomass density, but toward the psychic beacon. Hestefax recorded everything. "Adaptation rate exceeds standard toxin response projections," he murmured. "They learn in meat. They worship nothing. They kneel to nothing. They improve through annihilation. Elegant, abominable, divine in all the ways divinity should not be." Silver light struck the mud behind him. The Grey Knights arrived where the shadow thickened most. Brother Captain Dathor Klein stood at the center of the teleport flare, Terminator plate steaming with displaced frost. His warriors materialized around him in disciplined formation, storm bolters already firing, nemesis weapons raised. The air recoiled from them. Warding script burned along their armor. The nearest guardsmen fell to their knees without understanding why. Klein looked across the battlefield and saw more than flesh. He felt the warp as pressure, color, wound, and echo. Gethsemane should have blazed with suffering. A world under invasion was a feast for the Neverborn. Fear rising from billions, rage from the dying, despair from commanders, hatred from soldiers, agony from the butchered. Such a planet should have drawn demons to its wounds like flies to a corpse. Instead, the immaterium around Gethsemane was being smothered. The shadow in the warp pressed down across the world, vast and cold and mindless, not empty, but overfull with a single alien will. Klein sensed demonic presences retreating into cracks of unreality. Small things with too many eyes, whispering things that had nested in the dreams of soldiers, old things bound beneath shrine foundations by forgotten murders. They were not advancing into the feast. They were fleeing from the eater, a candle flame crushed beneath a boot. Klein voxed Corda through encrypted channels. The arch-enemy recedes. Static answered first, then Corda's voice. Clarify. The Tyranid presence is denying manifestation. Warp predators are abandoning their feeding grounds. Then the archive spoke truth. No, said Klein. It spoke consequence. Truth remains under judgment. At Bastion Ascendant, Dravok watched new icons appear on the hololith. Black for Deathwatch, silver for Grey Knights, red for Tyranids, amber for failing Imperial lines. A second later, another color bled across the display. Purple-black. Unauthorized Vox contamination flooded the strategium. Every speaker hissed, every servitor convulsed. The hololith distorted, Gethsemane's globe briefly becoming an eye ringed in scripture and flame. Officers clutched their ears as a voice entered the command channels, with the intimacy of a blade sliding between ribs. It was deep, cultured, and venomous with faith. Sons of the corpse throne, it said, hear me and taste the marrow of your lie. Dravok rose from his throne. The voice continued, carried across guard channels, Mechanicus bands, Navy command links, and the private frequencies of men who believed themselves protected by encryption and prayer. I am Varzakan, Dark Apostle of the 17th Legion, bearer of the true word, servant of the gods your Carian Emperor feared to name. Beneath Hive Golgotha lies his confession, beneath your trenches, beneath your corpse roads, beneath your little guns, and your mountains of obedient dead, he buried the proof of his terror. The strategium shook as distant artillery fired again and again. Let the Tyranids gnaw your world. Let your armies drown in their own opened bellies. Let your saints choke on ash. We come for the secret under the hive. We come to tear it from the dark. We come to show mankind that its God made hunger because he could not master divinity. Across Gethsemane Secundus, men heard the voice in foxholes, in tanks, in shrines, in void shield bunkers, in cockpits, in medici pits, slick with blood. Some cursed, some prayed, some broke. Dravok drew his saber at last, not because there was an enemy close enough to kill, but because his hand required the weight of steel. Trace that signal, he said. We are attempting, my lord. Do not attempt. Find it. The Vox officer swallowed. And when it is found? Dravok looked at the hololith of his dying world. Tyranids clawed at the gates. Chaos had entered the channels. An inquisitor wanted a buried weapon. A grey knight smelled the retreat of demons. A custodian had come from Terra. The old rules of war had already burned. When it is found, he said, erase everything standing above it. In the mud before Hive Golgotha, the swarm surged again. The trenches answered with lasfire, flame, shells, and the screams of men made into ammunition by command. Beneath them all, something ancient waited in the dark. The first word-bearer's vessel came out of the Imperium with its skin screaming. It tore through the wound of translation above Gethsemane Secundus in a storm of bruised light, its prow emerging from the warp like a blade drawn from infected flesh. Reality bled around it. Stars bent. Auspec's spirits aboard the Imperial defense grid howled in binary pain, then began chanting fragments of scripture they had never been taught. The cruiser's hull was a cathedral of iron and blasphemy, every meter carved with curling lines of Colchizian text, every macro turret framed by screaming faces welded into the armor plating. Corpses hung from chains along its dorsal spine, thousands of them, some ancient and shriveled to parchment, others fresh enough to twitch in the cold of space as demon-bound engines pulsed beneath them. It was not alone. More warships followed, sliding from the warp in ragged formation. Slaughter cruisers, murder-class vessels, iconoclast escorts, a grand cruiser whose name arrived before it did, broadcast through vox static, astropathic seizure, and the sudden taste of ash on every tongue across the system. The choir of the starved gods. Its engines were alive with demons, not metaphorically. Their faces pressed outward through the reactor shrines, stretching brass and ceramite like skin from beneath. Their mouths opened in silent hymns as the ship's plasma drives burned a foul violet, each flare briefly revealing things swimming in the wake behind it, things that hated the material universe because it refused to die properly. On the command deck of the Imperial battleship Hammer of Throne, Admiral Cordain watched the traitor fleet complete translation and spoke the First Order with a calm that had survived 6 crusades and 3 mutinies. "Open fire," the Void answered. Imperial Navy battleships turned their broadsides to the enemy and unleashed their wrath. Macro cannon batteries fired in sequential thunder, each shell larger than a Hab chapel, each one hurled across the black with enough force to erase a district. Lance arrays burned white. Torpedoes slid from armored tubes and accelerated on trails of blue flame. Defense monitors spat flak into the void until the space between fleets glittered with shrapnel. The word-bearers answered in kind. Their guns fired shells wrapped in scripture and malice. Their lances were not clean light, but black-red spears that left after-images like wounds in the eye. Boarding torpedoes came shrieking through the kill zone, their prows carved as snarling demon heads, their hulls packed with legionaries, cult apostles, possessed and mortal fanatics who had already carved their own last prayers into their faces. Then the Tyranids entered the battle. They came from the outer dark in silence. The first bioships were vast, ribbed things of chitin and muscle, their bodies trailing tendrils kilometers long, their mouths opening and closing upon vacuum as though space itself could be swallowed. They did not burn engines. They did not form attack wings by machine logic. They moved like organs within a single body, each vessel part of a will too immense for the human mind to behold without cracking. Spores vented from their flanks in clouds so dense they eclipsed stars. Living torpedoes pulsed ahead of them, blind and eager, guided by synapse impulse and hunger. Boarding cysts drifted like seed pods from a corpse tree, slow until they were near prey, then suddenly fast. The system became a slaughterhouse without walls. Imperial steel struck demon iron. Demon iron vomited fire into living flesh. Tyranid feeder tendrils wrapped around crippled escorts and cracked them open like bones. A Chaos Raider rammed an Imperial destroyer, and both ships tumbled into the path of a bioplasma discharge that reduced them to a single blooming cloud of molten metal, meat, and frozen crew. Lance fire cut a Tyranid vessel in half, and both halves kept moving, spilling internal organisms that froze, burst, and were gathered back by lesser feeder beasts in the void. Above Gethsemane, the orbital defense platform St. Barabbas fired until its lance capacitors glowed like suns. The platform was a fortress cathedral suspended in high anchor, an iron cross of gun decks, shield generators, docking spines, and shrine towers. Its lance batteries protected 3 hive cities below, each one already under siege by Tyranid vanguard broods. Its crews had not slept in days. Its priests had gone hoarse blessing ammunition. Its gun servitors had burned through the flesh around their implants and kept firing with exposed nerves smoking. The first word-bearers boarding torpedoes struck St. Barabbas along its chapel spine. They punched through the outer hull in blossoms of fire and decompression, burying themselves deep in the platform's body. Internal blast shutters slammed down. Sirens wailed. Armsmen gathered with shotguns, lascarbines, boarding pikes, and trembling prayers. The torpedo hatches opened from within. The word-bearers came out singing. They wore crimson armor edged in black, their pauldrons marked with burning scripture and horned sigils. Their helms were snarling masks. Their bolters were chained to their wrists. Parchment, flayed skin, and little brass icons swung from their armor as they advanced through smoke and venting atmosphere. Behind them came possessed things in cracked ceramite, their bodies swollen and warped by demonic occupation, bone spines bursting from their backs, chains dragging through the blood pooling at their feet. Chaos Terminators marched with combi bolters roaring, power fists clenching and unclenching like execution devices. Cult Apostles followed them barefoot through freezing blood, their bodies cut open in devotional patterns, their mouths filled with iron hooks so that every hymn tore their lips wider. The armsmen fired. For a moment, courage resembled resistance. Shotgun blasts hammered into traitor plate. Lass fire splashed red across armor. A boarding pike caught a cultist under the ribs and pinned him to the deck. The man laughed as he died, coughing black blood onto the Imperial's gloves. Then the word-bearers returned fire. Bolters spoke. Men came apart. One armsman's chest detonated outward, ribs and lungs splattering the bulkhead behind him. Another lost his head in a burst of skull fragments that peppered the faceplates of those behind. A Chaos Terminator strode through point-blank lasfire, seized a naval lieutenant by the throat, and crushed until the man's jaw tore free from the pressure and his tongue flopped across his collar. Possessed leapt into the defenders with wet animal grace, talons punching through carapace armor, hooks dragging intestines out in steaming loops, fanged mouths biting faces down to bone. Varzakan entered last. The dark apostle of the word-bearers walked through the breach as if the ship had opened for him in worship. His armor was the red of old arterial blood, worked with gold script that crawled when looked at too long. A demon-bound Crozius rested in his hand, its head shaped like a screaming book wreathed in sickly flame. His helm was bare-faced, but his flesh was no longer wholly human. Script had been carved into his cheeks and filled with powdered bone. His eyes burned with the patient hatred of a priest who had mistaken damnation for clarity. He raised one clawed hand. The word-bearers ceased firing. The remaining armsmen whimpered behind barricades of corpses and shattered pews. Varzakan smiled at them. "Corpse worshippers," he said, his voice rich and kind in the manner of a confessor before the knife. "You kneel before a dead tyrant and call your chains devotion. You spend your lives as ammunition and call it duty. You praise a carrion god who fed you lies because truth would have made you disobedient." A wounded naval rating tried to lift his pistol. Varzakan's Crozius flared. The man folded backward, bones snapping inside his skin one after another, until his spine punched through his stomach in a glistening white hook. "Take them," the Dark Apostle said. "Write the first verse." The Cult Apostles fell upon the survivors. They dragged crewmen into ritual circles painted with engine oil, blood, bile, and powdered corpse starch. Men were nailed to the deck through palms and throats. A gun servitor was wrenched from its mounting, its ammunition feed still cycling, and forced to fire into a pile of wounded until the bolt shells transformed pleading bodies into a twitching mound of red sludge. The word-bearers chanted as they worked, scripture rolling through the platform's corridors, transmitted through stolen Vox nodes and the failing public address system. In Bastion Ascendant, Lord Militant Dravok heard the screams of St. Barabbas over the command link and watched its lance icons flicker. "That platform holds the western approach," he said. "Its batteries are covering Hive Vardas, Hive Caldrum, and the southern face of Golgotha. If it falls, 3 cities lose their sky." Inquisitor Lord Corda's voice answered from the encrypted channel, dry as bone dust. "Then it must not fall intact." Dravok turned from the hololith. "Clarify. Sacrifice it." The strategium went still. Dravok's jaw tightened behind his respirator. "Those lance batteries are the only reason 3 hives remain above ground. Those lance batteries will soon belong to the 17th Legion. Then I will retake them. You do not have time. I command billions, Inquisitor, and yet not a second more than the enemy grants you." Dravok looked up at the projection of St. Barabbas. Its shrine towers flickered with internal explosions. Boarding indicators multiplied. Chaos sigils began to overwrite loyal machine codes in several gun decks. "There are millions beneath those batteries," Dravok said. "There are billions beneath this war," Corda replied. "Do not mistake arithmetic for morality. Platform St. Barabbas is to be denied to the enemy." I object. Recorded. I refuse. Overridden. For a breath, the Lord Militant said nothing. Officers stared down at their stations, each man pretending not to hear the sound of power passing from one killer to another. Then Dravok spoke, softly. "May your soul choke on the ash of the men you spend." Corda answered without heat. "It has done so for decades." The kill order traveled in silence through sealed channels. On St. Barabbas, the Grey Knights arrived in light. They teleported into the chapel deck at the heart of the platform, where the word-bearers had turned the altar into a butcher's slab and hung the ship's confessor by his own intestines from the statue of the Emperor. Silver fire snapped across the air. The scent of ozone cut through the reek of blood and void coolant. Brother Captain Dathor Klein stood at the center of the flare, Nemesis halberd raised, Terminator armor radiant beneath corpse light and emergency lumen. His warriors formed around him in perfect geometry, storm bolters locked forward, blades alive with psychic force. Warding chants emerged from their vox grills, layered and resonant, each syllable a weapon older than the men dying around them. Nearby mortal survivors collapsed at the sound. Blood streamed from their noses, ears and eyes. Some died kneeling. Others pressed their faces to the gore-slick deck, not in prayer, but because their bodies had forgotten how to stand beneath the weight of sanctity. The word-bearers turned. For the first time since boarding, their hymns faltered. Klein fired. Cybolt rounds crossed the chapel in silver streaks and struck a possessed legionary square in the chest. The creature's armor burst open, not from explosive force alone, but from the demon inside being rejected by reality. Flesh peeled backward, bone spines snapped, something made of smoke, and teeth screamed as it was dragged out through the wound and shredded into sparks. The Grey Knights advanced, storm bolters thundered, Nemesis blades rose and fell. A demon hammer struck a Chaos Terminator and caved in his breastplate so deeply that the traitor's fused ribcage burst from his back. A Force halberd took another word-bearer through the throat, the psychic edge severing more than flesh. The legionary's body dropped, empty and twitching, its demonic patron cut from the meat and banished with a sound like a book burning underwater. The possessed crashed into them. They did not fight like warriors. They fought like meat worn by hatred. One bounded across the chapel ceiling, claws digging into stone, and dropped onto a Grey Knight's back, with its jaw splitting into 4 hooked sections. The Grey Knight seized it over his shoulder, tore it down, and head-butted it hard enough to shatter the skull beneath its helm. Another possessed drove a bone blade through a warrior's side, punching between armor plates. The Grey Knight grunted, trapped the arm beneath his elbow, and drove his storm bolter against the demon host's abdomen. He fired until the creature's lower body became red vapor and blackened scraps. Klein cut his way toward Varzakan. The Dark Apostle watched from the far end of the chapel, standing within a ritual circle where 3 loyal officers hung upside down, slit from throat to groin. Their blood ran along grooves in the deck, feeding the sigil beneath his boots. "Klein of Titan," Varzakan called. "Silver Butcher, nameless dog of a secret master. How does it feel to serve a corpse who lied even to his chosen executioners?" "Stand and be judged," Klein said. Varzakan laughed softly. "A duel? How loyalist of you. How clean. How tedious." He struck the deck with his Crozius. The platform's Vox system screamed awake, and his voice multiplied across St. Barabbas. "Project Anathema Hydra," he preached. "Hear the phrase your masters sealed from you. Hear the confession written in the age before your Imperium rotted into superstition. Chaos cannot be conquered by armies. Demons do not starve when men die in rage. So your emperor, in his terror, prepared a devourer, a hunger without prayer, a silence vast enough to smother gods. The words reached command decks, gun pits, medici bays, armories, and the last barricaded knots of loyal crew. Officers heard them while loading pistols with shaking hands. Engine seers heard them while sealing reactor shrines. Dying armsmen heard them through helmets full of blood. Klein advanced faster, halberd cutting down a cult apostle who threw himself in the way with a hymn on his shredded lips. Varza Khan did not retreat. He simply was not where the duel wished him to be. More possessed came between them. More word-bearers stepped forward chanting. The dark apostle fought through bodies, through revelation, through doubt inserted like a poisoned blade into loyal ears. Then the viewports shattered. Not one, all of them. The chapel deck opened to the void in a storm of glass, armor glass, and screaming bodies. Emergency fields flickered, failed, returned, failed again. Men, cultists, severed limbs, loose weapons, and burning parchment were sucked toward the ruptures. Gargoyles poured through. Their wings beat against decompression winds. Flesh borers pulsed. Clawed feet raked across helmets and faces. A cult apostle was lifted from the deck, shrieking praises until 3 gargoyles descended on him and stripped his throat open in mid-air. A grey knight turned his stormbolter upward and reduced a winged swarm to pulp and torn membrane, but more came behind them, forcing their way through the broken viewports in a living flood. The Tyranids had reached St. Barabbas. The platform shook as boarding cysts struck elsewhere along its hull. Bulkheads buckled. Internal alarms became a single continuous funeral bell. Warrior broods stalked into the chapel through side corridors, their bone swords raised, their death spitters twitching with hungry ammunition. They did not care for scripture. They did not care for loyalty. They did not care for the emperor, the gods, damnation, redemption, truth, or lies. They came because there was life, and because beneath the battle, psychic conflict burned brightly enough to draw the hive mind's attention. A maliceptor forced itself through the broken arch of the western transept, its massive cranium pulsing with impossible pressure. The air thickened. Mortal cultists dropped their knives and began clawing at their own tongues, not in panic, but because their brains had received a command their bodies could not interpret. One tore his tongue free and held it up like an offering before a termagant's flesh-borer beetle punched through his cheek and ate inward. Another smashed his head repeatedly against the chapel floor until skull fragments stuck to the stone. For one impossible moment, Chaos and Imperium both fell silent. Not from truce, from recognition. The thing before them did not hate. Hatred would have been comforting. Hatred was a human shape. Hatred had edges a soul could understand. The Tyranids brought no malice, no mockery, no joy. They were hunger with strategy, appetite with synapse, extinction wearing claws. Klein felt demonic presences recoil inside the possessed. The things bound in traitor flesh shrank from the pressure of the maliceptor's mind. Varza Khan felt it too. His smile became something thinner. Then the massacre resumed. Vaughn's Death Watch squad came through the lower gun deck, cutting toward the platform's central cogitator vault. They had not teleported. They had boarded by assault craft through a wound in the hull, because the black box had to be recovered before St. Barabbas died. Vaughn moved at the head of the kill team, bolter in one hand, Xenophase blade in the other. His armor was scored by acid and impact marks from the fighting below. He had killed word-bearers in the ammunition shrines and Tyranids in the coolant arteries. He registered both as hostile matter to be removed. A Crimson Legionary stepped from a side passage, chanting about false thrones and starving gods. Vaughn shot him through the knee, stepped in as the traitor fell, and drove the Xenophase blade beneath his helm. The weapon passed through gorget seals and vertebrae with a shiver of displaced reality. The word-bearer died mid-sermon. A Tyranid warrior struck from the smoke before the corpse hit the deck. Vaughn pivoted beneath the first bone Zord, let the second scrape sparks from his pauldron, and fired 3 hellfire rounds into the beast's abdomen. The toxins burst inside it, its organs liquefied. It still tried to bite him. He drove his blade through its skull and kicked the carcass aside. Ahead, a squad of word-bearers had formed a firing line against a flood of gaunts. For several seconds, they fought well, bolters roaring, chain blades revving. Scripture howled. A carnifex struck them from the flank and tore through their formation like a siege ram through rotten timber. One traitor was seized in both claws and pulled apart from shoulder to hip, his armor splitting, his blackened organs spilling into the air in ropes. Another disappeared beneath gaunts that clawed through his joints and ate into the meat beneath, while he fired his bolt pistol into his own chest to kill them. Vaughn watched without satisfaction. A weapon that could make chaos bleed was still a weapon that bled everything. Forward, he voxed. His kill team reached the cogitator vault as St. Barabbas began to die. The black box was not black, but a sanctified memory reliquary sealed within a casing of adamantium and oath-marked brass. One of his brothers tore it free, while another held the corridor with a heavy bolter, reducing gaunts and cultists alike to wet fragments. "Recovery complete," Vaughn said. Corda's voice came back through static. "Withdraw immediately." "Platform status?" "Condemned." Vaughn looked through the cracked vault windows and saw Gethsemane below, burning beneath shield glow and spore cloud. "By whose authority?" "Mine." The line went dead. St. Barabbas fired one final lance salvo before the kill order reached its reactor heart. Its beams cut upward through the void war, spearing a word-bearer's escort from prow to stern and burning open the flank of a Tyranid bioship. Then the platform's plasma core overloaded under remote command. Light blossomed from its center. Gun decks became suns. Shrine towers vaporized. Thousands of loyal crew, traitors, cultists, Tyranids, and Grey Knight kills yet unfinished vanished together in white fire. The shockwave rolled across orbit. On the surface, 3 hive cities lost their shielded sky. Millions looked upward and saw their guardian become a star. Aboard the Judgment of Ash, Corda received the data reliquary in a chamber sealed by inquisitorial cipher, Grey Knight Ward, and Custodian Authority. Vaughn stood opposite him, armor still wet with alien ichor and traitor blood. Klein was present, silent and cold, his silver plate marked by claw scars and demon filth. Caedmon Ra watched from the edge of the chamber, guardian spear grounded, golden helm unreadable. The reliquary opened. Data spilled into the hololith, fragmentary and corrupted, yet clear enough to damn worlds. The Noctilith sepulchre beneath Hive Golgotha was not a vault. It was a beacon engine. Blackstone architecture, gene vats, synaptic resonance cages, null field harmonics, psychic schematics older than the Codex Astartes, older than the Inquisition, older than the lies that now held the Imperium together. At its core was a command pattern locked behind a genetic authority marker that made every machine spirit in the chamber dim its lights in terror. Corda read the final line aloud. "Access key bound to the master of mankind." No one spoke. Beyond the hull, the void war burned. Beneath them, Gethsemane screamed. In the dark between those two deaths, something ancient waited under Hive Golgotha, and every enemy in the system had begun to dig toward it. The descent beneath Hive Golgotha began while the city died above them. The lift was not a lift in any honest sense. It was a coffin of black adamantium, suspended within a shaft older than the hive itself, lowered by chain engines whose teeth were the size of men, and whose machine spirits had been woken with blood, incense, and threat. It shuddered as it sank, passing through armor layers, generator vaults, transit arteries, collapsed habstacks, shrine foundations, and strata of compacted bone where centuries of dead had been poured into the hive's roots and forgotten. Every meter downward was paid for in screaming overhead. The war came through the metal as vibration. Macro shell impacts rolled through the hive like the footsteps of wrathful gods. Void shield discharge crackled in the bones. Somewhere far above, a defense tower collapsed, and the shock carried down through the shaft in a long, grinding moan that made dust fall from the lift's ceiling in grey sheets. Inquisitor Lord Severian Corda stood without holding the rail. His long black coat hung stiff with dried blood and ash from St. Barabbas. His human eye was red-veined from sleeplessness. His augmetic lens burned with steady crimson focus. He looked less like a commander than a knife that had learned to wear skin. Watch Captain Malachi Vaughan stood opposite him, black armor filling one corner of the lift. The Death Watch captain's helm lenses glowed dull red in the gloom. His stalker pattern bolter was mag-locked across his breastplate, ready to come free at a thought. The Xenophase blade at his hip whispered against its sheath whenever the lift shook. Brother Captain Dathor Klein stood with the stillness of a tomb statue, silver Terminator plate inscribed with warding text that flickered faintly in the failing light. His nemesis halberd rested upright in one gauntlet, its blade muted but never truly dark. He had not spoken since they entered the shaft. His silence was not patience. It was judgment, waiting for sufficient proof. Shield Captain Caedmon Ra stood nearest the gate, Auramite plate untouched by the filth of the descent. His guardian spear was held across his body in both hands. He did not sway when the lift lurched. He did not look upward when impacts thundered above. He watched the sealed doors below, as though the metal had already confessed its crimes. Magos Biologis Hestophax, 77 hung from his suspensor cradle at the center of the lift. Mechadendrites coiled beneath him like the legs of a dead insect. His lenses clicked. Tiny sampling needles extended and withdrew. He had been whispering to himself in Binharik for the last several minutes, a murmur of calculations, prayers and desires that no sane priest of Mars would have admitted were the same thing. Vaughan broke the silence. "You should have destroyed the data cyst." Corda did not look at him. "You have said so. I will say it until one of us dies. Then I admire your optimism." Vaughan's helm tilted a fraction. Chaos wanted that archive. Tyranids answered it. A custodian crossed the void for it. A grey knight names it contamination. You call it evidence because the word sounds cleaner than temptation. Corda's mouth tightened. Chaos lies by telling men what they want to fear. The alien kills by being what men refuse to understand. The Imperium endures because someone must stand between those facts and decide which horror can be spent. Chaos does not only lie, it instructs. It takes truth, breaks it open, and feeds men the marrow. And the Imperium buries truth until it rots into plague. Corda finally turned his red lens toward the Astartes. "Do not preach purity to me, Watch Captain. You wear the oath black. You have burned worlds because the living could not be trusted to remain loyal. You know precisely what survival costs." Vaughan's answer came low through his vox grill. "I know the difference between a weapon and a hunger." Hestophax clicked softly. "A distinction often made by prey." Klein's halberd moved one finger width. The Magos became still. The lift stopped. The gate before them opened with the reluctant shriek of metal that had not moved since the age when the Emperor walked among his armies. Cold air entered the lift. It stank of old dust, machine oil, desiccated flesh, and something beneath all three that Vaughan's helm could not classify. His autosensors attempted to assign the odor to known xenospores, failed, attempted again, then marked the atmosphere with a crimson warning rune. They stepped into the buried dark. The first corridor had no Imperial architecture. It was too low, too smooth, too old. Pre-Imperial stone formed the walls, black and glassy, cut by tools no Mechanicus lexicon could name. Later hands had violated it. Mechanicus quarantine locks had been welded into the passage at intervals, each one plated in red iron and sealed with bronze cog-toothed wheels. Inquisitorial kill runes had been burned into the lintels. Hexagrammic wards had been hammered into the floor with silver nails. Servo skulls lay dead in alcoves, their eye sockets full of dust. The group moved in battle order. Caedmon Ra first, gold in the dark. Vaughn to his left, bolter raised. Klein behind them, halberd brightening by increments. Corder walked at the center, flanked by two silent inquisitorial stormtroopers who had survived the descent from orbit and seemed ashamed of it. Hestifax drifted last, accompanied by three Skitarii whose red robes hung stiff with rad dust and battlefield grime. The first ossuary began beyond the third lock. It was vast. The tunnel opened into a chamber lined from floor to vaulted ceiling with bones, not placed in reverence, catalogued, sorted, examined. Skulls with expanded cranial cavities rested beside rib cages reinforced by surgical grafts. Long bones split lengthwise revealed blackened marrow channels threaded with metal. Astartes-sized femurs hung from hooks. Smaller human remains lay in trays marked with gene sequence tags. Some skeletons were malformed by deliberate design, spines elongated, jaws distended, shoulders widened until they would have torn through any human skin that once held them. Dead test subjects, failed possibilities. The Imperium had many names for such things, most of them mercifully inaccurate. Hestifax extended a mechadendrite toward a row of sealed bone cylinders. Thunder Warrior derived tissue markers, he said. Highly degraded, stabilization failure evident, aggression glands enlarged beyond survivable threshold. This material should not exist outside sealed Terran vaults. Caedmon Ra did not turn. Withdraw your limb. The mechadendrite stopped. Hestifax's lenses clicked toward the custodian. Observation only. Observation becomes theft in the hands of Mars. Corder glanced between them. You recognize the material. Caedmon Ra faced the next door. I recognize enough to know ignorance has preserved more lives than knowledge ever has. The door beyond the ossuary bore words cut deep into black metal. Not for the sons of Horus. The letters were high Gothic, but old in form, severe and graceful, made by an age that still remembered how to command without ornament. Beneath the words was another line, newer, gouged rather than engraved, not for Mars. Below that, almost hidden by corrosion and old blood, was a final warning, not for mankind. Klein read the last line aloud, each word heavy in the air. Vaughn looked at Corder. Still evidence? Corder stared at the door for a moment too long. Especially evidence. Hestifax interfaced with the locking shrine. His mechadendrites entered ports sealed under wax and lead. He whispered Binharic placations. The machine spirit behind the door resisted. The temperature dropped. Somewhere in the walls, ancient relays woke one by one, each giving a dull thud like a coffin lid being struck from within. The lock opened. The first chamber of the Noctilith sepulchre waited beyond. It was not a laboratory. It was not a temple. It was both, and worse for being both. Blackstone pillars ringed the circular hall, each one veined with pale light that pulsed in rhythm with no machine. Gene murals covered the walls, not painted, but grown into the stone in layers of mineralized tissue and preserved pigment. They showed alien apex predators catalogued by early Imperial hands. Some were known, orc war forms rendered as green muscle and crude resilience, Eldar silhouettes marked with psychic threat vectors, Rangdan horrors blurred by deliberate damage, megarachnid forms, all limbs and killing anatomy. Others had no name attached, only kill ratios, psychic indices, biomass value, and extermination recommendations. At the center of the chamber, suspended in a cage of blackstone ribs, hung no beast. There was only a diagram. It rotated in the air as a slow hololithic construct, flickering with age and corruption. Its lines resembled anatomy at first, then strategy, then starvation. Rings of data turned around one another. Biomass conversion, synaptic command, psychic null pressure, adaptive warfare, reproductive acceleration, ecological denial, total planetary stripping. The terms unfolded in High Gothic and Binharic, then collapsed into shapes that made Vaughn's helm lenses flare with warning runes. Hestefax drifted closer, every lens bright. "Not an organism," he whispered. "Not species architecture in isolation. This is a doctrine rendered biological, a war philosophy designed for flesh." Corda's voice was quiet. "Explain." The Magos rotated slowly beneath the diagram. "A weapon does not require initial fabrication if the galaxy provides a suitable substrate. One may build by breeding. One may build by editing. One may build by signaling. One may build by shaping the conditions into which a predator arrives." Klein's grip tightened on his halberd. "Say the blasphemy plainly." Hestefax's voxmeter crackled with something almost like joy. "The master of mankind may not have built the Tyranids from flesh. He may have built the pattern that called them, shaped them, or exploited what they already were." The chamber seemed to darken around the words. Vaughn lifted his bolter and aimed at the diagram as if the concept itself could be killed. "That is a chaos lie." Corda did not answer immediately. He walked beneath the turning construct, his face lit by pale biological light. "Perhaps." "Perhaps?" Vaughn's voice sharpened. "You heard what the word-bearer broadcast. This is exactly the poison they came to spill." "Chaos lies by telling men what they want to fear," Corda said. "But the Imperium lies by burying what it cannot survive knowing." Klein stepped closer. His silver armor hummed with warding pressure. "Some knowledge is not survived because it is not meant to be survived." "Then why was it preserved?" Corda asked. "Why seal it? Why ward it? Why bind it beneath a fortress world rather than cast it into a sun?" No one answered. Caedmon Ra stood at the center of the chamber, gold beneath alien diagrams and imperial sin. When he spoke, his words cut through argument without raising volume. "The master of mankind made many weapons. Some were men, some were ideas, some were prisons. You will decide nothing until I have judged whether this truth deserves existence." Corda looked at him. "And if we disagree with your judgment?" The custodian's helm turned by the smallest measure. "You will not." The next chamber contained stasis caskets. Rows upon rows of them stretched into darkness, each one upright, each one sealed behind frost-clouded glass and brass identity plates worn smooth by time. Hestefax restored power to the first rank. Interior lumen strips flickered alive. Dead things emerged from the dark in pieces. A slab of Thunder Warrior musculature floated in amber preservative, black veins hardened like wire. Beside it rested Astartes gene seed samples suspended in files, each tagged with Legionnaire markers that made Klein's armor wards flare. Another casket held null organ grafts, pale and shriveled, surrounded by psi-dampening coils. The next contained preserved psyker brains, dozens of them, their spinal cords still attached, each skull opened with surgical precision and replaced by glass. Farther down, alien bioplasmic remnants twitched within nutrient gel despite 10 millennia of death. Vaughn felt his disgust as a physical pressure. "This was not research," he said. Corda moved from casket to casket. It was war. It was butchery wearing a scholar's mask. Much of the Imperium is. Hestefax's mechadendrites trembled with restraint. Predator scale from Xenos models. Synaptic command from distributed psychic organisms. Null pressure from pariah-derived studies. Adaptive biological acceleration. Astronomical consumption. The project sought convergence. Klein's voice was colder than the chamber. A predator with the scale to devour worlds and the psychic absence to starve demons. Or suppress them, Corda said. Starve, Klein replied. Use the proper word. It matters. A scream reached them from a sealed chamber to the left. It was weak. That made it worse. Klein turned before the others. His halberd ignited, silver light crawling along the blade. The scream came again, thin and old, scraped raw by terror and impossible endurance. "There is a Neverborn here," he said. The door to the side chamber was marked with hexagrammic wards, but they were secondary. At the heart of the seal was a preserved node of Tyranid synaptic tissue mounted within a blackstone cradle. It had been dead for ages. It had also never stopped being useful. The chamber opened. Inside, a demon starved. It hung within a circle of broken chains and dead wards, not bound by strength, but reduced by absence. Its body was skeletal and unfinished, a mockery of horns, parchment skin, and too many joints. Its eyes were pits of furnace light guttering low. It should have filled the chamber with temptation, rage, whispers, and the stink of the warp. Instead, it crouched in the far corner like a beaten animal, clawing at the walls whenever the synapse node pulsed. The Grey Knights raised their weapons. The demon recoiled from them, but not with the terror it showed the dead Tyranid tissue. Klein spoke a name that was not a name, a blade of sound taken from forbidden litany. The demon writhed. "Speak," he commanded. It laughed once, a dry, cracking sound. "Silver, silver little knives. You come too late. He already dreamed it. He already feared the feast." Klein took one step forward. "Who?" The demon's head snapped toward the blackstone cradle. "The golden carrion before he was carrion. The king of meat. The thief of futures. He made hunger with no soul. He made silence deep enough to drown gods." Corda entered the chamber despite Vaughn's warning gesture. "Did he create the Tyranids?" The demon smiled. Its teeth were tiny faces. "Create, call, aim, cage, wake, words, mortal words. You cut truth into pieces because whole truth does not fit inside your skulls." Klein's halberd came up. "Enough!" The demon shrieked, suddenly frantic. "Do not leave me with it. Send me back to the fire. Cut me, burn me, name me, banish me, but not silence. Not that silence. It eats prayer. It eats rage. It eats the scream before the scream knows itself." Klein severed it from reality with one stroke. The demon folded inward, collapsing into sparks, ash, and a final whimper that left frost on the chamber walls. No one spoke as they left. Above them, Hive Golgotha's eastern shield wall fell. Tyrannifexes lumbered through artillery smoke. Immense biocannons fused to their bodies, their rupture weapons convulsing before each discharge. They fired into void shield generator towers. The impact struck like judgment from beneath the earth, cracking shield nodes, splitting armor casings, and turning crews inside the stations into paste against their control thrones. One generator died in a bloom of blue-white overload, its machine spirit screaming across the Vox before silence took it. Carnifex broods hit the tank traps next. They smashed through Dragon's Teeth and Ferrocrete barricades, dying in the dozens and clearing a path with their corpses. Lehman Russ battle tanks fired point blank until their barrels glowed. Demolisher. Shells blew craters through chitin. Heavy bolters stitched fire across the swarm. It did not matter. The dead became bridges. The living climbed them. Spore mines drifted into the trenches like obscene fruit. Guardsmen shot them from the air when they could. When they could not, the mines burst among the firing steps, showering men in acid, toxin, and living shrapnel. One Cadian platoon disappeared beneath a cloud of digestive mist. When it cleared, their armor remained standing in places, hollow and smoking, the men inside reduced to red fluid running out through boot seams. Corpse reclamation units clogged and failed within the hour. The dead were too many. Conveyor belts jammed with limbs. Bone grinders seized. Servitors tasked with battlefield recovery sank waist-deep in bodies and continued trying to lift them one at a time until Hormagaunts reached them and peeled the remaining human components from their frames. Medici stations became charnel pits. Priests moved through the wounded with oil, bullets, and blessings, granting the Emperor's mercy according to triage priority. In orbit, Dravok watched the eastern line turn black on the hololith. He did not curse, he did not pray. "Commit the reserve trench guns," he said. "They are not calibrated, my lord." Then their first salvo will be educational. Below, beneath all of that fire and blood, the Noctilith sepulchre woke. It began as a vibration through the blackstone pillars. Hestefax turned sharply, lenses dilating. Klein raised his halberd. Caedmon Ra lowered his guardian spear into a killing stance. The central diagram in the first chamber unfolded. Its rings accelerated. Biomass conversion became a spiral. Synaptic command became a crown. Psychic null pressure became a black sun. Adaptive warfare became claws, wings, spores, teeth, and endless recursion. The entire chamber pulsed once. Then the beacon spoke. Not in High Gothic, not in Binharic, not in any tongue made by human throats. It broadcast a pattern. Vaughn felt it through his armor and into his bones. For a heartbeat, he remembered the Astronomicon, not as sailors and navigators described it, not as a holy light through the warp, but as a colossal act of will, a distant command insisting that mankind still had a direction in the dark. The sepulchre's signal resembled that light only in the way a skull resembled a face. It had direction without mercy, authority without humanity, command without love. It did not call for aid. It did not plead. It did not warn. It called to the swarm. Hestefax whispered, "Activation threshold reached. Synapse organisms at hive perimeter. The system recognizes proximity." Corda stared at the burning diagram. "Can it be silenced?" The Magos hesitated. Vaughn's bolter came up. "Can it be silenced?" "Possibly. Destructive interruption risks amplification." Klein turned on Corda. "You led us into a lure." Corda's face hardened. "No, we uncovered one. There is no distinction to the dead above us." Caedmon Ra stepped between them. "Enough." The beacon pulsed again. Across Hive Golgotha, the Tyranids stopped. Not all at once in the crude manner of machines receiving an order. They stilled in layers, by brood, by synaptic web, by predatory purpose. A hormigaunt with a guardsman's arm in its jaws froze atop a barricade. Termagants paused mid-fire, flesh borers twitching. Carnifexes lifted their tusked heads from the ruins of tank traps. Gargoyles wheeled in the poisoned sky. Warriors turned their crested skulls toward the hive's heart. Zoanthropes drifted higher, their cranial plates glowing with reflected command. Beneath the earth, tunneling organisms changed direction as one. Within 1,000 kilometers, every Tyranid organism turned toward Hive Golgotha. Perfect unity, perfect hunger, no confusion, no fear, no triumph, only answer. In Bastion Ascendant, Lord Militant Dravok watched the hololithic battlefield reorganize before him. Red enemy markers shifted from assault vectors to convergence lines. Fronts that had taken days to model became irrelevant in seconds. The swarm was no longer spreading to consume the easiest biomass. It was narrowing, focusing, pouring itself toward one buried point beneath the oldest hive. Officers shouted, vox servitors sparked, strategic projections collapsed and refreshed and collapsed again. Dravok rose slowly from his command throne. The eastern shield wall was gone. 3 hive approaches were exposed. Chaos still bled poison through the channels. The Tyranids had just abandoned efficient planetary consumption for a single objective no Imperial archive had admitted existed. He looked down at Gethsemane Secundus, at the world he had been ordered to defend and would almost certainly be ordered to murder. Then he whispered, so softly that only the nearest vox servitor heard him, and recorded the words for later damnation. The planet has become bait. The first truth was meat. It came against Hive Golgotha in layers, not as a charge, not as a mob, not as the mindless stampede mortal officers imagined when they still had the luxury of ignorance. The Tyranids attacked as an ecosystem, as weather, as famine given claws. The first waves were gaunts beyond sane counting, a living plain of scything limbs and beetle guns, spilling over the crater fields and trench belts until the ground itself appeared to crawl. Hormagaunts bounded through artillery fire on hooked legs, impaling themselves on razor wire and continuing to thrash forward, while others used their twitching bodies as bridges. Termagants followed in dense, chittering packs, flesh borers pulsing in their talons, each shot vomiting a living beetle that struck flak armor, chewed inward, and died only after reaching organs worth ruining. Behind them came warriors, tall and crested, directing lesser beasts with synaptic certainty. Their bone swords flashed in the ash haze, severing men from shoulder to hip. Death spitters coughed grubs that burst against barricades and sprayed acid over firing crews. Then the bioartillery began its work. Biovores hunched behind corpse hills and vomited spore mines into the sky. Exocrines braced themselves like living siege guns and spat plasma that turned bunkers into glass-lined ovens. Tyrannofexes lumbered forward through shellfire, their rupture cannons convulsing before each discharge, each shot striking void shield nodes with the impact of a falling cathedral. Then came the tunnelers. The first sign was not sound. Sound had already been murdered by guns. It was the rising of the trench floors, mud swelling beneath the boots of guardsmen just before the earth split open and feeder organisms poured out. Raveners coiled through communication saps, talons flashing, bodies twisting through men packed too tightly to aim their lasguns. Trigon tunnels opened beneath artillery parks. Earthshaker batteries vanished into collapsing ground, their crews screaming as the guns sank with them, barrels still elevated as if begging the sky for rescue. Above all of it came the aerial swarm. Gargoyles blackened the poisoned dawn. Harpies dropped spore clusters over tank columns. Harridans drifted like obscene carrion kings, their shadows crossing whole regiments before living ammunition and bioplasma fell among them. Imperial flak towers fired until barrels warped and ammunition elevators jammed with heat. The air filled with torn wings, falling bodies, burning promethium, and the thin, endless shriek of things born only to die in useful numbers. Then the synapse beasts advanced. Zoanthropes floated above the slaughter in shimmering psychic halos, their skulls swollen with the weight of alien command. Primes stalked among warrior broods, redirecting the swarm with gestures too subtle for human eyes and too absolute to resist. Neurotyrants pulsed in the ruins of shrines and hab cathedrals, their influence spreading through lesser organisms like venom through blood. Malceptors moved behind the front in monstrous patience, bending thought around themselves until artillery spotters forgot target coordinates, Vox officers spoke in dead languages, and sanctioned psychers bit through their own tongues to stop the pressure inside their heads. The Imperium answered with decapitation, not victory. No officer still sane used that word. The strategy was delay through murder of command organisms, the severing of synapse links wherever they could be found. Deathwatch kill teams were scattered across the front, like black blades thrust into a living body. Tempestus scions dropped by grav chute into impossible kill zones, their hotshot volley guns and plasma weapons burning priority targets before the swarm buried them. Vindicare assassins lay in bell towers, collapsed transit pylons, and the hollow eye sockets of saint statues, waiting for the one shot that might still matter. Artillery spotters crawled through sewage ditches with rangefinders clutched in shaking hands, whispering corrections to guns that fired by faith as much as calculation. Every synapse kill bought minutes, never victory. A warrior brood collapsed beneath overlapping Lascanon fire, and 3,000 gaunts lost cohesion long enough to be burned in promethium floods. A prime took a turbo penetrator round through the skull, and its flank attack dissolved into animal frenzy for less than 7 minutes before another synapse node assumed control. A zoanthrope was bracketed by basilisk fire and burst like a psychic boil, killing every unwarded mind within 100 meters. The gap it left was filled before the crater stopped smoking. Watch Captain Malachi Vaughan, led his strike into the ruins of Basilica Mortis, beneath a sky that rained ash, spores, and pieces of men. The basilica had once been a pilgrimage fortress, built of black stone and martyr bone, its towers crowned by statues of armored saints glaring toward the horizon. Now its nave was split open by bombardment. The roof had fallen in great slabs. The stained glass was gone. The saints were headless. Half-digested pilgrims carpeted the aisles in glistening heaps, their robes fused to their liquefying flesh by digestive slime. Some had been dissolved from the waist down and still moved their arms weakly. Others were only faces floating in amber pools, lips moving in prayer without lungs to feed the words. Vaughn stepped over them without looking down. His helm auspex swept the nave in pulses of green and red. Target runes flickered behind shattered pillars, heat ghosts, bioelectrical signatures, synapse distortion. The node nests beneath the altar, he voxed. Pattern confirms neurotyrant. Expect guard organisms. Expect psychic interference. No mortal channel. No open prayer. Brother Harkon answered from his left. Frag cannon held at low ready. Aye, watch captain. Let the Xenos learn the weight of the long vigil. Brother Sevrain moved to the right, heavy bolter tracking the upper gallery. Movement above. Hold until confirmation. A gaunt dropped from the dark. Sevrain fired once. The heavy bolt round struck the creature in the thorax and bursted across the broken pews. Confirmation became unnecessary. The Death Watch advanced in disciplined overlap. Bolters cracked. Hellfire rounds punched into chitin and burst with mutagenic toxin. Stasis grenades rolled into side aisles and detonated in cold blue flashes, freezing leaping gaunts mid-air before they crashed to the flagstones and shattered. Harkon's frag cannon roared in the enclosed space, pulping a Tyranid warrior at such close range that its rib plates and organs sprayed across the altar steps in a wet fan. Another warrior charged through the gore, bone swords raised. Vaughn met it with his xenophase blade, slipped inside the first strike, and cut through the creature's knee joint. As it fell, he placed a bolt round beneath its jaw and blew its skull out through its crest. The neurotyrant waited in the sanctuary. It had made a throne of dead priests, broken statues, feeder tendrils, and half-digested bodies. Its cranial mass swelled beneath plates of wet black chitin. Its smaller attendant organisms clung around it like obscene children, twitching as one. No roar came from it, no challenge, no animal rage. It looked at the Death Watch, and the universe opened its mouth. Vaughn's armor locked. For a moment he was not in Basilica Mortis. He was falling through a darkness made of teeth. Stars died around him, not in fire, but by being swallowed. Worlds turned beneath him, their oceans drunk, their forests skinned away, their cities opened like carcasses. Humanity was not hated. It was not judged. It was not even noticed as mankind wished to be noticed. It was texture. It was heat. It was nutrient. He felt himself eaten by a hunger so vast that his name, oaths, chapter, sins, honors, and gene-wrought pride became indistinguishable fibers on the tongue of infinity. He bit down until his teeth cracked inside his helm. "Advance," he growled. The word broke the pressure for half a heartbeat. His brothers moved. Harkon fired his frag cannon into the neurotyrant's guard organisms, blowing neurogaunts apart in bursts of pale meat. Sevrain laid down heavy bolter fire, disciplined and merciless, each shell detonating in the creature's attendants. "Brother." Corvain charged the left wall where feeder tendrils had erupted through stone. They wrapped around him before he could cut free. Barbed mouths opened along their length and bit through the joints of his armor, chewing into the flesh beneath. "Corvain," Vaughn voxed. The answer came through static and wet impact sounds. "Still sworn." The tendril wall dragged him inward. His black armor vanished beneath pale feeding tubes and muscular coils. His bolter fired once from inside the mass, then stopped. For a breath, there was only the sound of ceramite cracking and flesh being sucked through tubes. Then Corvain detonated his crack grenades. The left wall blew outward in a spray of stone, alien organs, and fragments of black armor. The blast tore a hole through the feeder mass and staggered the neuro-tyrant on its corpse throne. The death watch closed. Brother Harkon reached the altar steps before a warrior came from the broken pulpit and struck him with both bone swords. The first blade split his pauldron, the second smashed through his helm. His faceplate caved inward with a wet metallic crunch. Blood burst from the rebreather grill. Harkon laughed as he died, the sound distorted by his ruined vox. "For the oath," he managed, though his mouth was full of blood and broken teeth. He fired the frag cannon one final time into the warrior's torso. Both of them disappeared in the blast. Vaughn reached the neuro-tyrant. It tried to crush him with thought. He felt his hearts become suns inside his chest. He felt his armor become a coffin. He felt the hive mind pressing against him, immense and patient, asking nothing, offering nothing, consuming the idea of resistance itself. He answered with a stasis grenade shoved into the soft tissue beneath the beast's jaw. The grenade detonated. Blue light locked the neuro-tyrant's head and upper torso in a frozen instant. Vaughn drove his Xenophase blade through one eye, then fired his bolter into the wound until the creature's skull burst from within. The psychic pressure vanished so abruptly that every mortal still alive within the basilica died at once, their brains rupturing from the release. The swarm outside lost cohesion for 6 minutes. In the buried chambers of the Noctilith sepulchre, Hestefax 77 deployed Pale Hunger. The Mechanicus bioweapon was not noble enough to be called poison, and not simple enough to be called plague. It was a tailored necrotoxin designed to infect Tyranid digestion chains, collapse enzymatic conversion, and render consumed biomass chemically treacherous to the swarm. It was released through artillery shells, servo skull dispersal units, and Skitari rad mortars into the killing fields north of Golgotha. For 11 minutes, it worked. Gaunts convulsed in heaps, their digestive organs rupturing. Rippers burst open as their feeding cycles reversed, vomiting liquefied tissue until they collapsed into twitching sacs. A carnifex staggered, its internal acids eating through its own abdominal plating. Imperial observers cheered for less than a minute before discipline and horror remembered their place. Then the next brood came. They ate the dead. They consumed the toxin-laced corpses of their own kind with deliberate efficiency. Many died. More did not. Their digestion altered. Their enzymes corrected. Their bodies learned. Within the hour, Pale Hunger became data. Within 2 hours, it became food with an unpleasant memory. Hestefax watched the failure with ecstatic dread. "Adaptation confirmed," he whispered. "Instruction by consumption. Elegant, beyond forgiveness." Corda stood beside the sepulchre's central diagram as reports bled into his command slate. Basilica Mortis synapse node destroyed. Pale Hunger compromised. Eastern shield wall failing. Western underhive breached by traitor elements. Tyranid convergence accelerating. His augmetic eye clicked again and again. "This place is not only calling them," he said. Klein looked up from the Blackstone ward circle, where a second starved demon had been dragged into coherence from a lesser containment cell. "No?" Corda's voice was hollow with understanding. "It is testing them. Every toxin, every shell, every flame pattern, every synapse decapitation, every failed weapon. It feeds the hive mind answers." Vaughn's voice came through the vox, harsh with battlefield distortion. "Then destroy it." Corda did not answer. In the lesser containment cell, the demon crawled against the floor. It had no splendor left. Its limbs were too thin. Its horns were cracked. Its skin clung to it like burnt parchment. The preserved synapse node above the chamber pulsed with dead authority, and each pulse made the Neverborn whimper. Klein stood over it, halberd lowered. "You will speak." "I will beg," the demon rasped. "Speaking is for things with bargains. I have no bargain. Take me from the silence." What did you fear when the first shadow crossed the warp? The demon shook. Its eyes rolled toward the synapse node. We laughed at meat. We always laughed at meat. Meat wants, meat hates. Meat breeds gods with every little wound inside its skull. Then the shadow came. No worship, no rage for us, no despair with a name. Just hunger, just a mouth where souls should echo. We learned preyhood then, Silver One. We learned what it is to be small. Did the Emperor create it? The demon smiled with ruined lips. He saw it. He named its use. He shaped a bell for a beast beyond the dark. Is a hunter father to the hound if he only learns where to throw the meat? Klein severed the demon's tongue with a flick of psychic force. It screamed gratefully. Across the western underhive, the word-bearers breached Golgotha through drainage arteries and abandoned habchasms. Cultist armies came first, thousands of flayed, branded, ecstatic mortals carrying stub guns, chain blades, stolen laslocks, explosives, icons, hooks, and scripture nailed into their own flesh. They ran chanting through sewage and corpse slurry, trampling their wounded, laughing as Imperial heavy stubbers cut them down in rows. Behind them came demon engines. Defilers crawled over hab blocks on bladed limbs, battle cannons firing into PDF bunkers at point-blank range. Their claws tore open ferrocrete shelters and pulled defenders out in handfuls, crushing men until blood poured through mechanical fingers. Hellbrutes bellowed in sarcophagus madness, dragging multi-melters and power scourges through barricades. Bale flamers washed bunkers in witchfire, turning firing slits into furnace mouths. Men inside cooked in their armor, beating against doors that had warped shut, their prayers becoming steam. Dark apostles walked behind the slaughter, their voices amplified by demon-throated vox horns. "Behold the Emperor's bastard angels," they cried. "Behold his godless hunger. He could not defeat the Pantheon with truth, so he reached beyond the stars for a mouth large enough to swallow shame." Lord Militant Dravok answered from orbit with the 8th Gethsemane Armored Reserve. 10,000 tanks and super-heavy vehicles moved as one iron continent. Lehman Russ squadrons rolled through ash storms in dense formation, battle cannons firing over open sights. Hellhounds sprayed promethium into gaunt carpets. Basilisks and manticores fired from behind them until the air overhead was a constant scream. Baneblades led the central spearhead, their volcano-hot engines growling, demolisher cannons and battle cannons hammering Carnifex broods at point-blank range. Shadow swords took position along the ridgelines and fired their volcano cannons into hierodules stalking through the haze. Each lance strike punched through monstrous chitin and painted the battlefield in boiling alien blood. For a time, it looked like Imperial wrath. Then the swarm closed around it. Gaunts vanished beneath tank treads by the million, clogging tracks with their own bodies until drive systems shrieked and locked. Rippers forced themselves into engine vents. Warriors climbed hulls and drove bone zords through vision blocks. Carnifexes hit the flanks, flipping lighter armor onto its side and tearing open troop compartments. A Baneblade fired every weapon as Gaunts crawled over its hull, then disappeared beneath them completely, guns still flashing from within the living mound until its ammunition stores cooked off and the whole mass erupted in fire, metal, and alien meat. Dravok watched the armored reserve become a continent-long meat grinder. "Continue advance," he said. "My lord, the reserve is losing cohesion. Then cohesion dies with them. My lord, advance." The order went down. The tanks obeyed. The men inside obeyed until claws opened their hulls and teeth found them in the dark. Beneath all of it, the sepulchre spoke again. The central. Diagram unfolded into words, complete for the first time. Blackstone pillars pulsed, gene vats stirred, dead synapse tissue twitched in its cradle. Every lumen in the chamber dimmed until only the sentence remained, burning in gold and bone white across the air. Corder read it silently. Klein read it as condemnation. Hestefax read it as revelation. Vaughan, receiving the picked feed through a cracked battlefield link while standing among the dead of Basilica Mortis, read it as the shape of the war to come. Chaos cannot corrupt what has no ambition, no worship, no self, no soul. Therefore, create hunger without desire. The dead were made useful beneath Hive Golgotha. That was the oldest mercy of the Imperium, and the most honest. Living men lied, panicked, doubted, prayed incorrectly, remembered too much, or remembered too little. Dead men did none of these things. They became numbers, they became warnings, they became barricades, rations, relics, servo components, saints, statistics, or fuel. Beneath the oldest hive of Gethsemane Secundus, in a chamber of blackstone pillars and surgical altars, the dead became keys. Inquisitor Lord Severian Corda ordered the astropaths brought in first. They had expired during the sepulchre's last pulse, their minds cooked inside their skulls by the pressure of the signal and the answering shadow of the hive mind. Their bodies still twitched in the restraint cradles as stormtroopers dragged them across the threshold, boots slipping in the fluids leaking from ruptured cranial sockets. Most had chewed through their bite bars. One had bitten his tongue clean in half before death and continued to mouth soundless words with the severed stump. The weapon has returned. No one said it aloud. The phrase already lived too deeply in the chamber. Magos Biologis Hestefax, 77, received the bodies with the solemn attention of a butcher priest preparing an offering. His suspensor cradle hummed above the floor as mechadendrites unfolded from beneath his red robes. Brass clamps opened, bone saws whined, needle probes extended in clusters like insect legs. Behind him, lobotomized servitors shambled into position around the blackstone core, each one dragging cables, reliquary coils, memory looms, and nerve induction spikes. Brother Captain Dathor Klein watched in silence, silver armor gleaming with ward light. His nemesis halberd rested in both hands, blade lowered, but alive. Every time Hestefax cut into one of the astropaths, runes along Klein's gauntlets flared as if the weapon wished to finish what the Magos had begun. Watch Captain Malachi Vaughan stood near the chamber's eastern archway, black plate streaked with Tyranid ichor and ash from Basilica Mortis. His helm remained on. His bolter remained loaded. The muzzle was angled down, but only by the minimum degree allowed by restraint. Shield Captain Caedmon Ra stood nearer the central diagram. The custodian's auramite warplate seemed obscene in that place, not because it was corrupted, but because it was not. Gold had no rightful place among gene vats, dead psychers, and devices made by men clever enough to damn entire species with a schematic. His guardian spear rested point down against the floor. He looked upon the work with the stillness of a statue that might execute the sculptor. Corda stood beside Hestefax and watched the first skull opened. The saw bit into bone. A wet vibration ran through the dead astropath's face. The top of the skull came free with a soft crack, revealing a brain bruised black by psychic pressure. Hestefax lowered a silver conductor needle into the exposed tissue. The brain convulsed. The corpse arched in its restraints, chest rising though no breath entered it. Neural echo retention remains viable, Hestefax said. His voxmeter clicked over the words, rendering them half prayer, half inventory. Death did not erase all imprint. The sepulchre's signal branded the meat deeply. Then use it, Corda said. Klein's helm turned toward him. You profane the dead. I requisition them. They served the Emperor in life, and shall continue in death. That is not profanity. That is policy. Klein took one step forward. The stormtroopers nearest him stiffened, though none were foolish enough to aim weapons at a grey knight. There are thresholds, Inquisitor. Corda looked at the open skull, then at the blackstone core, then at the silver warrior. We crossed them before we knew their names. The first servitor was locked into the memory loom. It had once been a man, perhaps a scribe, perhaps a criminal, perhaps merely unlucky enough to owe flesh to an institution that never forgave debt. Its head had been widened by augmetic braces. Its mouth hung open, metal hooks keeping the jaw from closing. Hestefax inserted a copper spike through the soft palate and into the brain. The servitor began to tremble. Another dead astropath was opened, then another. Soon the chamber was full of cables running from dead psychers into servitor skulls, from servitor skulls into cogitator reliquaries, from reliquaries into the Blackstone pillars, from the pillars into the hovering diagram of Project Anathema Hydra. Blood dripped from the altars in slow, thick lines. Incense burners failed to master the smell. Burnt hair, cooked nerve tissue, old chemical preservatives, corpse sweetness, and the faint coppery tang of the warp mingled until the air became almost chewable. It was obscene. It was practical. It was imperial. "Begin reconstruction," Corda ordered. Hestefax sang in Binharic. The dead astropaths screamed, not with their lungs. Their lungs remained still. The sound came from speakers, from servo-skull throats, from the vibrating Blackstone itself. It began as static. Then fragments of high Gothic emerged, warped by distance and 10,000 years of corrupted storage. Emotion, soul yield, empiric resonance, parasitic divinity, predatory countermeasure. The central diagram unfolded. Images appeared in the air, partial and unstable. A battlefield from the Great Crusade, perhaps. A city burning under compliance bombardment. Mortal populations catalogued not by culture or loyalty, but by emotional output at death. Fear brightened one column, rage another, despair another. Faith burned brightest of all. Each became light. Each light rose into the warp. Above the dying city, unseen things fed. Klein's voice was a blade drawn slowly from a sheath. The first stage. Hestefax translated the recovered text. Study of the warp's dependence on emotional and ensouled substrate. Demonic sustenance correlated to mortal excess. Worship not required. Belief not required. Sufficient intensity of fear, rage, ambition, pain, and despair produces exploitable empiric nourishment. Vaughn's helm lenses narrowed by some machine reflex. We knew this. No, said Corda. We suspected it. We preached around it. We weaponized ignorance and called it purity. This is measurement. The image shifted. A second sequence formed. Black stars, psychic blank zones, pariah tissue, dead worlds where the warp thinned, alien organisms whose presence distorted astropathic communication. A preserved node of Tyranid synapse matter pulsed in one projection, though the term Tyranid was absent from the oldest labels. Beside it were other failed possibilities, most struck through with red kill runes. Null breed instability, insufficient reproductive scale, psychic occlusion too localized, command collapse after third generation, biomass inefficiency unacceptable. Second stage, Hestefax said. Identification of organisms, organs, technologies, and systems capable of generating psychic occlusion. Objective, deny demonic manifestation by suppressing or drowning the empiric reflection of mortal war. The dead astropaths began to bleed again, though their hearts no longer beat. Their blood ran upward. It rose in threads from their open skulls, pulled toward the Blackstone pillars, trembling in the air like red wires. The servitors bucked against their braces. One tore both arms from their sockets trying to pull free, stumps spraying blood across the floor before a stormtrooper ended its movement with a hellgun shot through the back of the skull.
Remember, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support helps.
No one stopped the process. A third sequence formed. Worlds stripped to bedrock. Cult uprisings extinguished before demonic saturation. Warp storms dimming behind moving blackness. A devouring force advancing across star maps in branching tendrils. The images were damaged enough that each viewer saw a different sin. To Corda, it resembled a strategy. To Klein, an abomination. To Hestefax, a proof. To Vaughn, a loaded weapon pointed in every direction. To Caedmon Ra, perhaps, only an old wound reopening. "Third stage," Hestefax said, and his voice nearly broke into reverence. "Build or call a devouring force capable of stripping chaos-tainted worlds before demonic infection can mature. Biological scale beyond planetary limitation. Synaptic unity beyond political corruption. Hunger without worship. Destruction without emotional excess." Klein stepped forward until the point of his halberd touched the floor beside Corda's boots. Enough. Corda did not move. Not yet. "This is not strategy. This is damnation wearing a crown." Corda turned slowly. "You have fought demons for centuries. Tell me, brother captain, what would you spend to end them? Not mankind. An answer fit for a warrior, not a ruler." Klein's psychic aura pressed outward. The stormtroopers around them staggered. Blood ran from the nose of the nearest one. "Do not mistake monstrosity for statesmanship." Corda's human eye flashed. "Do not mistake reverence for victory." The chamber chilled. Caedmon Ra spoke. "The Emperor understood what all lesser kings refuse to understand. Chaos cannot be defeated while mankind remains fertile ground for it. Fear, rage, ambition, despair, pride, even hope, when twisted hard enough. These are doors. Humanity is a palace of doors, and the Neverborn are patient." No one interrupted him. Even the machines seemed to quiet. "He made many contingencies," the custodian continued. "Some to preserve mankind, some to preserve victory. Some were buried because there are forms of victory that would render preservation meaningless." Corda stared at him. "You knew." Caedmon Ra's golden helm turned. "I know what I am permitted to know. That is not an answer. It is the only one you have earned." Klein's voice lowered. Did he intend this? Did the master of mankind mean to turn a galaxy-eating swarm against the warp? Caedmon Ra did not answer directly. A victory without mankind is not victory. That was understood. "By whom?" Corda asked. The custodian looked back to the diagram. "By the only mind in the room whose judgment still matters after 10,000 years. Vaughn finally spoke. He did not raise his voice. He did not need to. "A blade that cuts demons and men with the same edge is not holy. It is merely sharp." The words settled harder than accusation. Corda looked at him, and for the first time since the descent, something like fatigue moved across the Inquisitor's face. It did not soften him. It made him more dangerous. "Sharpness is not irrelevant in a war for survival." "No," Vaughn said, "but men worship sharp things because they confuse cutting with saving." Before Corda could answer, the archive stuttered. The central diagram collapsed into a star map, so old that several constellations no longer matched Imperial record. Lines extended from Terra outward, then beyond the galactic rim. Some were psychic projections, some were machine-coded transmission vectors, some were speculative paths marked by Binharic uncertainty. At the heart of the map burned a representation of the Emperor's psychic works, not the Astronomicon as it existed now, chained to the Golden Throne by sacrifice and necessity, but something earlier, broader, experimental. A light cast not only through the warp, but against it. Hestefax's lenses rotated so rapidly they whined. "Signal architecture," he said. "Extreme antiquity, degraded beyond full restoration. Directional broadcast beyond galactic boundary. Possible Dark Age precursor contamination. Possible post-heresy falsification. Possible Imperial lure." Corda leaned closer. "A lure. Or a warning," Vaughn said. "Or a lie," Klein added. Hestefax's mechadendrites danced across the controls. Record integrity compromised. Multiple readings possible. 1. The Emperor or pre-Imperial human agency projected a psychic and biological attractor beyond the galactic rim. 2. A Dark Age experiment interacted with an extragalactic predatory intelligence and was later sealed under Imperial authority. 3. Traitor corruption altered the archive after the Siege of Terra to generate loyalist doctrinal collapse. Corda's mouth tightened. Which is true? All, Hestefax said. None. The data is wounded. Data does not bleed, Vaughn said. In this place, Watch Captain, everything bleeds. The Vox cracked open with a scream. Not a machine scream, a man's. Corda turned as the sound burst through. Every channel in the sepulchre. The picked feed followed, jagged and corrupted, projected by the chamber's own unwilling systems. It showed a cathedral district somewhere in western Golgotha, now under word-bearer control. Statues of imperial saints had been torn down and inverted. Their stone heads lay in the plaza, mouths packed with human hands. A ritual circle filled the nave of a shattered basilica, painted in organs, machine oil, and burning scripture. At its center knelt acolyte Marius Thane. Corda's surviving acolyte was stripped to the waist, chained upright between two broken aquelas. His skin had been carved with questions, not symbols, questions. Each line cut into his flesh in high Gothic, the words opened red and glistening across chest, arms, shoulders, and face. Did he fear the gods? Did he call the hunger? Did he make extinction and name it victory? Dark Apostle Varzakan stood behind him, Crozius in one hand, a hooked ritual blade in the other. His crimson armor was blackened by soot and wet with blood. Around him, cultists knelt with their foreheads pressed into the viscera on the floor. Word-bearers stood like cathedral pillars made of hate. "Severian Corda," Varzakan said through the vox, voice rich with delight. "Servant of a throne that eats souls, scribe of buried sins. Do you hear your little truth-bearer?" Marius Thane lifted his head. One eye was gone. His lips had been cut away, leaving his teeth bared in a permanent grin of pain. Corda said nothing. Varzakan bent close to the acolyte. "Tell him what his god made." Marius spat blood. The Dark Apostle smiled. "Faithful. How adorable." He carved another line into the acolyte's ribs, slowly enough that the vox captured every wet drag of the blade. Marius screamed until his voice broke. Varzakan did not ask for coordinates. He did not ask for codes. He asked questions with theology, as the knife and pain as punctuation. "Confess," the word-bearer whispered. "Say that the Emperor made hunger because he could not master the gods. Say that your Imperium is built not on sacrifice, but on cowardice sharpened into policy. Say that extinction was his final argument." Marius sagged in his chains. "The Emperor protects." Varzakan laughed. Then he looked directly into the picked feed. "Does he? Then let him answer before I write the next verse with this one's heart." Dravok entered the channel from Bastion Ascendant. His voice filtered through command encryption and fury. "Signal source located. Western Cathedral District. Grid confirmed. Imperial prisoners present. PDF remnants within blast perimeter." Corda watched his acolyte bleed. Marius Thane lifted his ruined face, perhaps hearing the channel in some earpiece still lodged beneath torn flesh. He did not beg. That was to his credit. Or perhaps his mouth no longer allowed the shape. Dravok said, "Your command, Inquisitor." Klein turned sharply. "There are loyal prisoners." "There are word-bearers," Corda said. "There are still souls to save." Corda's augmetic eye clicked once. Fire. The order traveled upward through the dying hive, through vox relays, through orbital targeting choirs, through the command logic of a cruiser whose lance batteries had already burned hotter than their safe thresholds. High above Gethsemane, an Imperial vessel turned one weapon toward its own world. Light fell. The Western Cathedral District vanished beneath a lance strike. There was no explosion at first, only a column of white so pure it made every picked feed blind. Then came the blooming shockwave. Basilicas vaporized, habstacks peeled apart. Word-bearers, cultists, prisoners, wounded loyalists, shrines, relics, bones, books, ammunition dumps, and the screaming questions carved into Marius Thane's flesh became expanding plasma and ash. The blast rolled across the underhive entrances and collapsed 3 kilometers of tunnel network. Friend and foe died without distinction, which was often how the Imperium defined efficiency. Corder watched until the feed went dark. Klein stared at him. "You did not blink." Corder looked back. "I noticed." Vaughn's hand closed slowly around the grip of his bolter. "Remember him." "I remember all of them." "No," Vaughn said. "You count them. That is not the same." Above and beyond the wound left by the lance strike, the Tyranids changed. At first the reports seemed like error. Swarms near chaos-held districts diverted from easier biomass corridors. Gaunt tides ignored refugee tunnels to drown cult shrines beneath their bodies. Gargoyles descended upon ritual towers in such density that their corpses formed black drifts against the walls. Zoanthropes gathered around warp rifts opened by word-bearer sacrifice and pulsed in silent unison until the wounds in reality puckered, shrank, and sealed with sounds that made nearby cultists collapse in convulsions. A defiler tried to hold a plaza marked with 8 circles of burning scripture. The swarm did not merely attack it, it buried the plaza. Hormagaunts and termagants flooded the demon engine until its claws vanished beneath chitin. Warriors climbed its hull and drove bone blades through pistons. A zoanthrope's psychic blast struck its demon core, not banishing it with holy force, but smothering it beneath the shadow. The engine screamed like a furnace full of children, then fell inert as the thing bound within it starved. The Tyranids were not avoiding corruption. They were denying it, not cleansing. That word belonged to priests and liars, not salvation. There was no mercy in it. They consumed cultists before the gods could savor their fear. They smothered rifts before demons could feed. They stripped shrines of worshippers, flesh and emotional heat alike. They left nothing behind for chaos except silence. Corder watched the pattern assemble. "The weapon works," he said softly. Klein rounded on him. "No. The monster behaves according to appetite, and you mistake appetite for obedience. The result is measurable. So is damnation." Hestifax had gone very still. No one noticed at first. The Magos remained beside the memory loom, mechadendrites inserted into ports around the central archive. While Corder, Vaughn, Klein, and Kedman Ra watched war patterns and argued over sins too large for absolution, Hestifax opened a hidden channel within his own body. He did not move outwardly. He did not speak. Inside his cranial vault, sealed beneath layers of steel, vat-grown cortex, and sanctified machine lattice, a forbidden partition awakened. It had no name in the approved schemata of Mars. It had been placed there by Hestifax himself, across decades of unsanctioned improvement, wrapped in devotional scrap code and false diagnostic ghosts. Into that partition, he began to copy the archive. Not all of it. The whole would have killed him, or alerted the custodian. Enough. Project Anathema. Hydra's stages, the psychic occlusion calculations, the Blackstone harmonics, the partial extragalactic signal, the synaptic dead node containment principles, the failure trees, the lure patterns, the phrase that had burned itself into the chamber and into every mind that understood war as more than flags and corpses. Create hunger without desire. Hestifax felt the data enter him like communion. Pain flared through what remained of his organic brain. Blood leaked from his remaining flesh around the cranial sockets. Warning runes screamed across his inner vision. He quarantined them. He hid the transfer beneath the noise of dead astropathic echoes and battlefield vox corruption. He compressed heresy into memory. He folded revelation into machine logic. Mars would understand. No, that was insufficient. Mars would improve. The Emperor had been a gene right, a warlord, a psychic son chained now to a throne of bones. Great, yes, singular, yes, but even the greatest designs could be refined by proper hands. The flesh hunger could be directed, the shadow could be replicated, chaos could be starved without surrendering the galaxy to blind consumption. The Mechanicus could make the monstrous principle obedient. Hestifax knew this with the absolute certainty of a priest at the first moment of apostasy. A small sound escaped his voxmeter, almost a prayer. Caedmon Ra's helm turned toward him. The Magos froze the transfer one breath before discovery. "Magos," the custodian said. Hestifax's lenses clicked once. "Shield Captain, what did you just do? Recorded battlefield data. For whom?" Hestifax lowered his head by the precise angle of ritual submission. "For the Imperium." It was true. It was also the first layer of the lie. Above them, Gethsemane burned. Around them, the dead astropaths twitched in their braces, still useful, still screaming through machines that had not yet been told to stop. In the blackstone heart of the sepulchre, the archive pulsed with old guilt and new hunger. And in the hidden chamber of Hestifax, 77's mind, the Emperor's sin began its second life. The shadow in the warp deepened until the stars forgot how to speak. Across the Gethsemane system, astropathic choirs died in their restraint thrones, with prayers still trembling on their lips. They did not die cleanly. Their skulls cracked along old surgical seams. Their eyes clouded white, then filled with blood, then burst beneath pressure from within. Their tongues blackened, as if burned by words that had not yet been spoken. One choir aboard the cruiser Hammer of Throne reached the middle syllable of the litany of transmission and stopped as one body, 30 throats falling silent in the same instant, before every sanctioned psyker in the chamber began to hammer his head against the bronze lectern before him. The attending priests tried to keep chanting. They lasted less than a minute. The navigators fared no better. In their sealed sanctums, behind warded doors and ancestral locks, the third-eyed lords of the void screamed as the Imperium curdled around them. Some clawed at their own brow sockets until their nails tore away and the flesh beneath peeled in strips. Others saw nothing at all, and blindness was worse than vision. The warp had not become calm. Calm had meaning. The warp had become choked beneath a mind so immense and so alien that even madness could not find purchase upon it. The Emperor's light still burned somewhere impossibly far away, but here, around Gethsemane, it was seen through meat and storm and hunger. The word-bearers felt it as starvation. Their summoned demons came through wrong. They crawled from ritual circles malformed, stunted and furious, their shapes flickering like candle flames beneath a hurricane. A bloodletter manifested with arms too thin to lift its own blade, and was trampled by cultists before it could take a skull. A thing of many eyes and whispered promises emerged as a limp sack of mouths, each tongue dry and shriveled, each secret stillborn. Lesser Neverborn burst into the material realm and immediately began to collapse inward, their forms unable to hold against the psychic pressure of the swarm. They came hungry and found themselves hungrier still. On the western side of Hive Golgotha, Dark Apostle Varzakan answered starvation with slaughter. He stood atop the broken crown of Hab-level Primus Varn, where an entire district had been made into a scripture wound. The word-bearers had driven iron stakes through the floors of Hab blocks and hung the dying from them in spirals. They had flensed the faces from loyal officers and nailed them across Vox horns. They had dragged civilians, deserters, penal troops, dock hands, corpse grinders, manufactorum serfs, shrine wardens, medici orderlies, and wounded soldiers into the open avenues, and arranged them according to sacred geometries older than the Imperium's lies. Sewer systems ran red beneath the streets, not with metaphorical blood, but with blood thick enough to clog the grates and send steam rising through the cracks. Demon engines moved into position across the district. Defilers crawled over habstacks on hooked limbs, their hulls daubed with organ paste and scripture. Helldrake silhouettes circled through the smoke overhead.
brass wings twitching, furnace throats dripping fire. Hellbrutes were chained into place at cardinal points, each sarcophagus pilot howling through vox grills as dark apostles carved fresh catechisms into the metal around his prison. Bale flamers burned loyalist bunkers, not because the defenders mattered, but because their screams fed the shape of the ritual. Seen from orbit, the demon engines formed a sigil large enough to defile the cloud cover. Varzakan raised his Crozius. The demon bound within its head whimpered. That pleased him and enraged him in equal measure. "Sing," he commanded. The word-bearers sang. Their voices rolled through the district, through corpse-choked streets and cracked basilicas, through vox towers and sewer pipes, through the mouths of dying captives whose throats had been wired open and whose lungs were squeezed by crude machines to force breath into him. Millions suffered in the geometry of the rite. Millions of lesser deaths became one act. The air above Hive Golgotha bruised purple and black. Reality thinned, stretched, and began to tear. Varzakan smiled as the first warp wound opened above the hive. It looked like an eye being cut into the sky. In the Noctilith sepulchre beneath the city, Brother Captain Dathor Klein sensed the wound before any Auspex recorded it. He turned from the Blackstone core, silver plate brightening as warding runes woke across his armor. The 17th has opened a gate. Corder looked up from the archive projection, his face lit by dead gold. Can it be sealed? Yes. At what cost? Klein's eyes were hidden behind the silver helm. His voice contained no hesitation. The lives of those sent to seal it. Corder almost smiled. For once, Brother Captain, we understand one another. The Grey Knights went to war in a column of white fire. Their teleport strike tore them from the buried sepulchre and cast them into the heart of Varzakan's ritual site. They arrived in the nave of a collapsed cathedral whose roof had been replaced by smoke and a bleeding sky. Silver light snapped around them. Stone cracked beneath their boots. The nearest cultists burst apart from the force of their arrival, bodies reduced to ragged red smears across the floor before their mouths had finished chanting. Klein stood at the center of his strike force, Nemesis halberd raised, Stormbolter roaring from his wrist. Cybolt rounds cut through possessed flesh and traitor armor with sanctified fury. His brothers advanced around him in disciplined formation, their warding chants hard enough to make nearby mortals collapse, with blood pouring from their nostrils. Psych-out grenades arced into the densest knots of demonic presence and detonated in pale bursts that made possessed legionaries shriek as the things inside them recoiled. The word-bearers met them with scripture and chain blades. Crimson armor crashed against silver. Crozius struck warded plate. Bolters fired at ranges too close for mortal survival. A warp talon descended from the smoke, claws extended, its jump pack screaming with demonic hate. A Grey Knight took the charge on his shoulder, armor splitting beneath the claws, then drove a Nemesis sword through the traitor's abdomen and ignited the blade's psychic edge. The warp talon convulsed as the demon in his flesh was cut free from its anchor. The empty body fell, twitching, black blood pumping from the wound. Cult mobs swarmed the Grey Knights from every side. They came screaming, starved, branded, half-naked beneath scraps of flak armor, their bodies covered in prayers cut by their own hands. They carried auto-pistols, chain knives, pipe bombs, stolen laser guns, bones sharpened into spikes, and icons made from loyalist skulls. Stormbolters shredded them in rows. Nemesis blades took heads, arms, and torsos with the indifferent precision of sanctified butchery. Still they came, trampling their own dead until the cathedral floor became a paste of blood, teeth, broken weapons, and pulverized bone. Klein advanced through them as though through tall grass. At the far end of the nave, Varzakan saw him and laughed. "Titan sends its silver knives," the Dark Apostle called. "How faithful, how late." Klein fired his Stormbolter.
Varzakan stepped behind a chained Hellbrute, and the Cybolt rounds detonated across the sarcophagus front, cracking bronze scripture and blasting demon flesh from the machine's seams. The Hellbrute howled, tore free of its chains, and charged. Klein met it halfway. The Hellbrute's power fist smashed down, cratered the floor, and killed a dozen cultists too slow to move. Klein drove his halberd into the joint beneath the fist, severed the limb, then placed a psych-out grenade against the sarcophagus plate and kicked away. The blast did not merely destroy, it rejected. The Hellbrute's bound madness screamed through every vox speaker in the district as the demon coiled through its failing systems, was forced into visibility, then into fragments, then into nothing. The sarcophagus split open. What remained of the pilot spilled out in a knot of meat, cables, and a face that had been screaming for 10,000 years. Then, the Tyranids breached the ritual. They came because the warp wound burned too brightly to ignore. The first organisms poured from the eastern transit tunnels, gaunts packed so densely that their bodies scraped skin and chitin from one another as they ran. They flooded through cult lines, over barricades, through ritual circles, beneath hanging captives. Termagants fired into word-bearers and cultists alike. Hormagaunts leapt into demonic flesh with scything limbs flashing. Warriors followed, tall and silent, their synapse pressure hard enough to change the behavior of every lesser creature around them. The battle became a three-sided massacre. Grey Knights cut demons from reality. Word-bearers defended their atrocity with bolter, blade, and hymn. Tyranids consumed both without hatred, fear, or reverence. A possessed warrior tore a gaunt in half and roared praise to the gods. A dozen more gaunts clambered over him, biting into cables, armor joints, and exposed demonic flesh. He laughed until a warrior's bonesword punched through his spine and lifted him from the floor. The demon inside him tried to manifest in a crown of flame. A zoanthrope drifting above the melee pulsed once, and the flame guttered out. The possessed fell limp. The gaunts ate him before his armor cooled. A grey knight hurled a cultist aside and fired into a knot of termagants. Flesh burst. Chitin cracked. He pivoted in time to catch a word-bearer's chain axe on his vambrace, then drove his nemesis blade through the traitor's throat. A gargoyle slammed into the grey knight's back, claws scraping warded silver. He crushed it one-handed against a pillar, then resumed chanting as if nothing living or dead had touched him. The warp wound widened overhead. Demons crawled out of it. They came starving. A red-skinned thing with a brass blade emerged first, trembling with rage it could not feed. It landed in the plaza beyond the cathedral and bellowed a challenge that should have made mortal souls curdle. The sound died beneath the shadow. Tyranids swarmed over it. The demon killed dozens, then hundreds, its blade cutting bright arcs through chitin and flesh. It laughed once when blood sprayed its face. Then the laughter faltered. The blood gave it nothing. The fear gave it nothing. The swarm gave it no worship, no terror, no hatred shaped for a god. A carnifex crushed it beneath both claws and tore until the demon's body burst into sparks that guttered like dying embers. More Neverborn followed, more starved, more were eaten by things that had no souls to tempt. In the sepulchre below, Corda watched the tactical feeds flicker and fail beneath psychic interference. Every channel showed the same pattern before dying. The Tyranids were not avoiding the ritual. They were forcing themselves into the wound. They were smothering it beneath biomass and synapse. They were throwing bodies into unreality as men threw sand over flame. Vaughn stood beside him, helm turned toward the narrowing convergence map. The swarm wants the sepulchre. Yes, Corda said. You said that already. No, I thought it wanted the beacon silenced. I was wrong. Corda's augmetic eye clicked rapidly as new data crawled across his slate. It does not want this place destroyed. It wants it understood, consumed, reclaimed. Vaughn looked at the blackstone pillars, the gene vats, the dead astropathic remnants still wired into the archive. Reclaimed? If the Emperor's pattern touched the swarm, if the signal called, shaped, or wounded it, then this is not merely bait. Corder swallowed, and the motion looked unnatural on him. It is a memory the hive mind has come to eat. The first tremor hit the sepulchre's outer defenses. Not artillery, not falling masonry. Impact. Something immense had entered the lower hive. Cadman Ra lifted his guardian spear. Vaughn heard the warning through command vox a heartbeat later. Deathwatch auger teams were dying along the approach tunnels. Their final picked captures showed a shape moving through smoke and gaunt tides with dreadful purpose. Tall, bladed, armored in layered chitin, crowned with a skull-like helm grown from bone. It did not roar. It did not feed on the wounded. It ignored lesser prey entirely, moving through command posts, vox relays, and officer shelters with the precision of an assassin that had been grown rather than trained. A Norn emissary, the hive mind's answer. The outer doors exploded inward. Vaughn and Cadman Ra met its vanguard in the passage of black locks. Lictors came first, unfolding from darkness in a blur of talons and feeder tendrils. Vaughn killed the first with a stasis grenade placed beneath its leap, freezing it in mid-air long, enough for a bolt round to burst its skull. He crippled the second with a blade trap, a monomolecular wire charge stretched across the corridor at knee height. The creature hit it at full speed and lost both lower limbs. Vaughn stepped over its thrashing body and fired twice into its spine. Cadman Ra fought beside him, and the contrast was almost obscene. The custodian killed as if each death had been concluded before the movement began. His guardian spear moved in golden arcs, never wasted, never hurried. A warrior lunged with bone zords crossed. Cadman slid aside, opened its throat, severed one arm, and put a bolter round through its synapse node in the same breath. A ravener burst from the floor beneath him. He stepped onto its skull as it emerged, pinned it, and drove the spear downward through its cranial plate into the stone beneath. Vaughn was uglier. He used grenades, point-blank bolter fire, broken masonry, and the bodies of dead gaunts as obstacles. He shot limbs before heads. He blinded organisms before killing them. He kicked wounded creatures into the path of charging ones. When a warrior's blade scored his breastplate, he did not answer with honor. He jammed a crack grenade into its open mouth and shoved it backward into a cluster of gaunts before detonation. The blast painted the corridor in ichor and fragments of alien teeth. The vanguard kept coming. Behind it, the Norn emissary advanced. Every organism around it moved in service to its path. Lesser beasts threw themselves into fire to clear mines. Warriors died deliberately to expose firing angles. Lictors vanished into side passages, hunting officers, adepts, and voxlinks. It was not a monster searching for prey. It was a decision given talons. Its course bent toward Corda with dreadful certainty. In the ritual site above, Klein finally reached Varzakan. They met beneath the torn sky, while demons starved around them, and Tyranids drowned the streets in chitin. The Dark Apostle's Crozius burned with a weak, guttering flame, the demon inside choking beneath the shadow. Klein's halberd shone silver-white, though even its psychic edge flickered in the suffocating pressure. Your emperor feared the gods so deeply he made a godless apocalypse, Varzakan said. Klein struck first. Varzakan parried with the Crozius. The impact cracked the floor and sent sparks of wardlight and warp flame spiraling between them. My emperor made weapons, Klein said. Your gods made slaves. The word-bearer laughed and swung again. Every weapon is a confession. Every blade admits fear. Every fortress admits weakness. Every secret admits shame. Klein stepped inside the swing and drove his fist into Varzakan's breastplate hard enough to buckle scripture-etched ceramite. And every sermon of your legion admits you still need listeners. Varzakan spat blood across Klein's silver armor. Then listen, demon killer. Listen as your god's last argument eats your Imperium. The warp wound overhead tore wider. For a moment it succeeded. The sky above Hive Golgotha opened into a furnace of impossible color. Forms pressed through it, vast and eager, sensing millions of dying souls, oceans of pain, a whole world screaming itself into nourishment. The Neverborn reached for Gethsemane. Then the shadow rose to meet them. It did not shine. It did not chant. It did not deny them with holy words or sacred symbols. It smothered. The wound constricted. Demons crawling through it emerged emaciated, their claws brittle, their fire dim. They fell into the city below and were immediately engulfed by Tyranids. A winged thing of burning brass tried to take flight and was dragged down by gargoyles until its wings tore away in ragged strips of fading light. A many-limbed tempter manifested among the cultists and reached for their minds, only to find those minds drowned beneath synapse pressure and animal panic. Rippers swarmed it and ate the meat it had borrowed. A towering horned shape pushed one arm through the wound, fingers closing around the top of a hab spire. Zoanthropes gathered below, pulsed as one, and the arm withered to bone, ash and memory before snapping back into the warp. Varzakan looked up. For the first time, true hatred left his face. Something colder replaced it. Fear. Not of Klein, not of death, not even of failure. Fear that the gods could be starved. Klein saw it and drove his halberd through the dark. Apostle sighed. Varzakan staggered, but did not fall. He seized the haft and leaned close, voice low, wet, and venomous. You see it now, Silver One. No gods, only hunger. Klein ripped the weapon free and struck again, but the word-bearer vanished beneath a collapse of masonry and red-armored bodies as Tyranids crashed into the nave from both sides. Above the cathedral district, the warp wound shrank. Across the battlefield, chaos recoiled, not defeated, not redeemed, not humbled in any way that would last, but recoiling as flame recoils from vacuum, as vermin recoil from a greater predator, as prayer recoils when no ear remains to hear it. The Tyranid swarm advanced beneath the dying Tyr in reality. It came through burning shrines and demon blood, through loyalist barricades and traitor altars, through streets paved with the pulped remains of men who had died believing their pain meant something. It did not come as savior. It did not come as judgment. It did not come as wrath or punishment or divine answer. It came as the absence of all prayer. The final vault opened like a wound, deciding to speak. It did not grind aside on hinges. It did not rise with the obedience of a loyal machine. The black stone around its frame softened first, not in substance, but in perception, the edges becoming uncertain beneath the light of the sepulchre's awakened core. The door had no visible lock, no cogitator shrine, no sacred wheel, no place for an oath key or gene seal. It had waited for proximity, for war, for synapse, for blood, and for whatever ancient threshold the dying world above had now satisfied. The surface of the vault split down its center. Cold rolled out, not the cold of stone or buried air, the cold of psychic absence, the kind that made prayers feel foolish inside the mouth and turned courage into a bodily function rather than a virtue. The lumen globes in the outer chamber dimmed until every warrior stood as a silhouette against the black. Inquisitor Lord Severian Corda stepped forward first. Watch Captain Malachi Vaughan seized him by the shoulder and held him back. Corda looked at the black gauntlet on his coat, then at the Death Watch captain. Remove your hand. No. The word was flat through Vaughan's helm grill. Corda's augmetic eye clicked once. You forget yourself. I remember why I was sent. You were sent to kill Xenos, and this place is calling them. Caedmon Ra walked between them, and Vaughan released Corda before the custodian had to make him. The shield captain entered the opening without further speech, guardian spear leveled, auramite plate drinking the last light and returning it as cold gold. Brother Captain Dathor Klein followed, silver wards flickering along his terminator plate. Vaughan entered next. Corda came after him, his face bloodless and hungry. Hestefax 77 drifted last, mechadendrites folded close beneath his red robes, lenses bright with a private fever. The chamber beyond was immense. It resembled a chapel, if a chapel had been built by surgeons who worshipped finality. It resembled a laboratory, if a laboratory had been designed to dissect gods. It resembled an execution chamber, if the condemned had been an entire species. Blackstone pillars rose in rings around a central engine the size of a hab block, their surfaces veined with pale fire that pulsed inward rather than outward. Suspended gene vats hung from vaulted arches like obscene reliquaries, each one filled with preserved tissue, half-grown organs, null grafts, and pale neural clusters that twitched as if dreaming. Psychic focusing arrays curved above the floor in crescent frames of silver, bone, and glass. Null field cages stood open along the walls, their interiors stained black by the outlines of things that had once died inside them. At the center, above the Blackstone engine, stood thrones. They were not built for men. They were too large, too severe, too intimately connected to the machinery beneath them. Cables like petrified veins ran from their backs into the engine's core. Their armrests held restraints for hands larger than mortal hands. Their headpieces were crowned with needles, psycho-conductive spines, and gene-keyed receivers. One throne had been deliberately shattered. Another had been sealed beneath adamantium plates. The central throne remained intact, empty, waiting beneath a canopy of dead light. Vaughn aimed his bolter at it. "That is not a command station," he said. "That is a sacrifice altar." Hestefax's voice emerged as a reverent crackle. Functionally, those categories often converge. Klein turned his helm toward the Magos. "One more such observation, and I will separate your machine soul from your meat." Threat acknowledged. Language amended. Corda moved closer to the Blackstone engine, studying the rings of script that crawled along its casing. "What is it doing?" Hestefax drifted beside him. Thin probes emerged from his sleeves, but he stopped short of touching the engine. Even his hunger recognized danger here. "Blackstone is not passive mineral," the Magos said. "Its interaction with empiric force varies by configuration. In some matrices, it amplifies psychic energy. In others, it suppresses. Properly tuned, it can wound the warp, seal it, focus it, or make absence behave like a broadcast." Klein's halberd brightened. The pylons of Cadia taught that lesson in blood. Affirmation: this engine is configured toward suppression, not a null field alone, not a blank aura, broader, directed, a psychic absence projected as signal, weaponized silence. Vaughn looked from the engine to the sealed thrones, like the shadow in the warp. Hestefax's lenses clicked in rapid sequence. Analogous, though artificial in architecture, or perhaps imitative, or perhaps ancestral. Terminology remains inadequate. Caedmon Ra raised his guardian spear and pointed its blade toward the heart of the engine. "Destroy it." The words landed with absolute finality. Corda turned. "No." Every weapon in the chamber seemed to become heavier. The custodian faced him. "You mistake permission for delay. I mistake nothing. If this engine can strengthen the Shadow's anti-demonic properties without surrendering command to the Swarm, then it is the first true weapon against chaos since the Emperor was bound to the Golden Throne." Klein's voice became very quiet. "Hear yourself. I hear the arithmetic of survival. You hear damnation flattering your pride." Corda stepped closer to the engine, black coat stirring in the chill. "We have watched demons starve beneath the Tyranid presence. We have watched warp wounds close under synaptic pressure. We have watched traitor rituals fail because the hive mind drowns the Imperium beneath hunger. If that effect can be isolated, amplified, and controlled, then worlds need not burn under exterminatus every time the archenemy roots itself in flesh." Vaughn lowered his bolter from the throne to Corda. "No one controls Tyranids. Corder looked at him sharply. Vaughn continued. Men survive them until they learn enough to kill better. That is all. You do not leash a hunger that improves by eating every chain placed around its throat. Corder's expression hardened. You reduce all possibilities to battlefield superstition. I reduce them to outcomes. Every necessary weapon becomes tomorrow's disaster. Every forbidden tool is justified by the first hand that reaches for it. The last fool always says he can hold the blade safely. The blade may yet save terror. The blade is aimed at terror. Klein stepped forward, halberd angled toward Corder's heart. The runes along his armor burned with silver fire, and the air around him tightened with psychic pressure. Inquisitor Lord Severian Corder, by the authority invested in the Ordo Malleus and the sanction of Titan, I order you to stand aside. Continued obstruction will be judged heretical contamination. Corder's hand moved beneath his coat, not drawing a weapon, but touching the seal of office hanging against his chest. And I, by the authority of the Holy Ordos, declare this chamber under inquisitorial command. Any action taken to destroy evidence vital to the survival of mankind will be recorded as sabotage under Xenos influence. I will brand your strike force compromised. I will bury your name so deeply that even Titan will require permission to mourn you. One of Klein's Grey Knights advanced a half step, Stormbolter lifting. Vaughn's kill team responded in silence. Black armor shifted. Bolters found angles. The Death Watch did not point weapons at the Grey Knights openly. Not yet, but every warrior in the chamber understood the geometry of imminent murder. Cadman Ra did not move. That was the worst of it. The custodian stood among them, guardian spear still aimed at the engine, and watched loyal servants of the Emperor prepare to kill one another over the meaning of his secret. The Sepulchre chose that moment to show them the simulation. The Blackstone engine pulsed. The chamber vanished. A galaxy unfolded above the central throne, vast and radiant, every sector rendered in ghostlight. Warp storms glowed like infected wounds. Known strongholds of the arch-enemy burned crimson. The Eye of Terror was a ragged ulcer. The Cicatrix Maledictum cut reality like a blade wound across the stars. Then the map changed. A shadow entered from the dark between galaxies. It spread in tendrils. Worlds fell silent behind it. Demon activity collapsed wherever the tendrils passed. Cult uprisings ended not in confession or purification, but in absence. No screams rose to the gods. No rage fed the warp. No despair fermented into summoning. The Tyranid advance crossed corrupted sectors and left only dead rock. Warp storms guttered at their edges. Empiric pressure diminished. The eye burned lower. The great rift dimmed by increments as biomass, worshippers, psychers, cults, and wars were consumed beneath the same blank hunger. For a moment, every Imperial in the chamber saw victory. Not triumph, victory. Chaos receding. Demons starving. The gods denied their harvest. The nightmare of 10,000 years made smaller by a predator, too empty to tempt. Then the simulation continued. The tendrils did not stop at traitor worlds. They crossed compliant systems. They swallowed shrine worlds, forge worlds, agri worlds, fortress worlds, dead worlds, ocean worlds, night worlds, mining moons, orbital habitats, pilgrim fleets, and refugee convoys. The Astronomicon flickered behind the spread of the shadow. Segmentum after segmentum went dark. The blackness reached Saul. Terror appeared, crowned by the palace, lit by the last human prayers in the galaxy. The swarm closed around it. The throne world vanished beneath consuming dark. The simulation ended with nothing left but a quiet galaxy and no god strong enough to laugh. Vaughn broke the silence. "There is your weapon." Corder said nothing. Klein lifted his halberd again. "Stand aside." Hestefax spoke first. "No." The word was not loud, but it was wrong enough to turn every helm and weapon toward him. The Magos drifted backward toward the nearest control plinth. His mechadendrites unfolded in a fan, each tip already moving. His Skitarii bodyguard reacted as if the order had been sitting inside their skulls for hours, waiting for the correct heartbeat. Red-robed forms pivoted. Galvanic rifles rose. Arc weapons whined alive. Corda's surviving acolytes reached for pistols. The Skitarii fired. Radium rounds cracked through the chamber, leaving greenish trails of death. One acolyte took 3 rounds through the chest and staggered backward, flesh around the wounds blackening almost instantly as the radiation cooked him from within. Another fired his Inferno pistol and reduced a Skitarius torso to molten metal and red mist before an arc rifle struck him in the face. His head burst in a flash of blue lightning, teeth and bone fragments spraying across the gene vat behind him. "Magos," Corda hissed. Hestefax's voice had changed. Reverence remained, but obedience had been cut from it. "Mars can refine what Terra buried." Vaughn fired. His bolt round struck a Skitarius in the throat and detonated, blowing the hooded head apart in a fan of metal, bone, and preserved brain matter. His kill team followed, Deathwatch veterans moving with brutal close-range discipline. A heavy bolter thundered. Skitarii bodies jerked and burst as mass-reactive shells chewed through augmented torsos. A Xenophase blade passed through a galvanic rifle, then the hands holding it, then the chest behind the hands. A radium carbine rattled against Vaughn's armor, warning runes flashing as poisoned rounds cracked against his pauldron and gorget. He smashed the shooter's knee backward with a kick, then put a bolt shell through the red hood at point-blank range. Servitors exploded into wet machinery. One gun servitor, caught between Deathwatch fire and Skitarii arcs, came apart in layers. Its cannon arm spun free. Its torso burst open, spilling nutrient tubes, lungs, brass gears, and strips of pale flesh across the floor. Another kept walking after losing its head, hands twitching, around an empty ammunition feed until Klein cut it in half with a single sweep of his halberd. Corda drew a compact plasma pistol from beneath his coat and fired at Hestefax. The shot missed by a finger's width as the Magos dropped suddenly on his suspensors, the plasma bolt striking a control column behind him and turning half its surface into glowing slag. Hestefax's mechadendrites plugged into the plinth. The Blackstone engine groaned. "Override accepted," Hestefax said. Mechanicus emergency custodianship invoked. Caedmon Ra moved. A Skitarius Alpha stepped into his path with an arc maul raised. The custodian killed him without appearing to hurry. Spear butt crushed the Alpha's knee. Blade severed the weapon arm. Integrated bolter fired once into the chest. The Skitarius detonated backward, robes aflame, augmetics spinning across the floor. Hestefax retreated deeper into the engine, body folding and unfolding through spaces no unaltered man could enter. Cables latched onto his spine. Data coils wrapped around his limbs. He dragged the stolen archive within him, like a thief clutching a relic beneath his ribs. "Mars will not fear the hunger," he voxed. "Mars will calculate it." Vaughn pursued, but the engine changed around him. Blackstone shutters descended from the ceiling, cutting pathways into kill corridors. Null field cages flashed to life. One Deathwatch veteran was caught inside a suppression pulse and staggered as his armor's machine spirit screamed. Skitarii fire struck him from the flank. He fell with holes burned through his gorget, still firing until Vaughn dragged him clear by the collar. Then the outer blast doors screamed. The sound came from far above, rolling down through the sepulchre's layered locks. Impact. Again. Again. The Norn emissary had reached the sepulchre. Every argument died beneath the sound of claws on adamantium. The chamber's tactical feed flickered to life, showing the outer levels in juddering red picked captures. The first blast door buckled inward. Lesser organisms poured into the approach tunnels around it. Termagants, hormagaunts, warriors, raveners, lictors, unfolding from the dark. The second door held for 6 seconds longer. Then a blade limb punched through its center, withdrew, and struck again. The third impact split the metal wide enough for talons to grip. The door peeled open like armor ripped from a corpse. The Norn emissary entered. It was not rushing. It walked through the storm of fire from automated turrets, as if accepting weather. Heavy bolter shells detonated against its chitin. Lascutta beams scored its shoulder plates. Mine charges burst beneath its legs. It adapted its stride, not slowing, not roaring, not wasting motion. Its head turned once toward a hidden defense node. A Lictor pack immediately diverted and butchered the crew inside. Corda watched the feed, face lit red. "It is coming here." Vaughn reloaded his bolter. It was always coming here. Klein raised his halberd toward Hestefax's retreating form. The Magos must die. The engine must die. The Inquisitor stands in obstruction. One of Klein's Grey Knights moved toward Corda. He did not finish the step. Caedmon Ra crossed the distance faster than even Vaughn's transhuman sight could honor properly. The custodian's spear haft struck the Grey Knight's wrist with enough force to break ceramite plating and drive the Stormbolter aside. The return motion caught Corda across the ribs, not with the blade, but with the butt of the weapon. The Inquisitor lifted from his feet and struck the base of a control throne, breath leaving him in a burst of blood. Klein's halberd came up. Caedmon Ra's spear point rested beneath the Grey Knight's helm before the blow could begin. Every surviving weapon in the chamber froze. Corda coughed, one hand pressed to his side, blood darkening his coat. The custodian spoke at last, his voice not raised, not angered, and therefore absolute. "Enough." He turned his golden helm slowly, taking in Corda, Klein, Vaughn, the dead, the engine, the fleeing Magos, and the approaching Xenos apocalypse. "The Emperor's secrets are not yours to spend." Gethsemane Secundus ceased to resemble a world and became a wound with gravity. The outer hives died one by one, not in silence, not in dignity, but in colors bright enough to shame the stars. Hive Vardas fell when its lower manufactorum spine split under tunneling organisms, and its reactor stacks flooded the Western Hemisphere with a firestorm that climbed 12 kilometers into the poisoned sky. Hive Caldrum died screaming through every Vox channel it possessed. Its last transmission, nothing but artillery coordinates, devotional static, and the sound of men being eaten in command bunkers while they continued to call for permission to withdraw. Hive Morn suffered longer. Its void shields failed in layers, each collapse exposing another ring of hab towers, shrine platforms, gun decks, and refugee stacks to spore saturation and bioplasma bombardment. By the time the Tyranids entered its inner precincts, the defenders had already been breathing ash for 2 days and drinking water thick with corpse dust. Lord Militant Cassian Dravok watched the deaths as red icons on a hololithic globe. Each icon contained more souls than a lesser empire. Each extinction was reduced by necessity to a rune, a casualty column, a resource denial assessment, and a line in the execution ledger of command. Billions were being erased from the Emperor's account, and the only question left to Dravok was how much the Xenos would pay for the privilege. "Defense posture is no longer viable," said Colonel Majoris Vare. His uniform was stained beneath both arms. His voice remained steady by discipline, narcotics, or terror. "Outer hives are compromised. Golgotha remains contested. Western Underhive is lost in segments. Eastern approaches are fully penetrated." Dravok stood before the turning hololith, hands clasped behind his back. The strategium shook with every orbital impact. Dust fell from the vaulted ceiling in grey curtains. Somewhere below Bastion Ascendant, a machine spirit screamed in Binharik as overloaded targeting engines fused inside their reliquaries. "Then we are finished defending," Dravok said. Vare looked up. "My lord, we begin denial." The word passed through the strategium like a blade drawn across a throat. Across Gethsemane Secundus, scorched earth protocols activated. Prometheum pipelines running beneath the Underhive districts were opened by remote command and ignited. Fire raced through transit arteries, sewage tunnels, corpse grinder ducts, and abandoned hab foundations. Whole underlevels became furnaces, packed with Tyranids, cultists, guardsmen cut off from retreat, and civilians who had not been told the Imperium had already spent their lives. Flame moved faster than mercy. Men hammered on blast doors from the wrong side until the metal glowed red, their palms cooking against the surface before the air in their lungs turned to poison and their screams became steam. Plasma reactors were deliberately pushed beyond safe tolerance. Tech priests chanted apologies to machine spirits they were murdering by command. Some wept oil, some burned with their engines. One reactor beneath Hive Morn detonated in a blue-white sphere that lifted an entire district from its foundations and dropped it back as molten rain. Tyranid digestion pools boiled. Gaunt swarms vaporized. Imperial wounded in triage vaults vanished with them, their last sacrament a flash of useful heat. Macro transit tunnels became flame channels. Agridomes were poisoned with industrial defoliants, rad toxins, and sump acids. Grain reserves were burned in their silos, while starving men watched through reinforced glass and cursed the officers who had ordered it. Corpse starch vats were incinerated rather than left as biomass, filling the air with the stink of roasted human residue. The Imperium had fed its own people with the dead for generations. Now it burned even that inheritance, denying the enemy nourishment with the same hand it used to deny its soldiers hope. Dravok gave the orders in a voice without tremor. Every denial command killed loyal servants. Every denial command saved nothing. Every denial command made the feast more bitter. That was enough. The last grand counter-offensive went forward beneath the banner of St. Caldrus, though no one could say with certainty whether the banner was the original relic or a battlefield copy stitched from the robes of dead priests. It showed the saint armored in gold, spear raised, eyes lifted toward a heaven that did not answer Vox traffic. The banner was mounted on the command Baneblade imperishable duty, and the tank rolled at the heart of a formation so vast that it seemed the continent itself had begun to move. Millions of infantry advanced behind walls of armor and artillery fire. Cadians marched in disciplined blocks, with laser guns locked to shoulders, their faces grey beneath helmets marked with kill tallies and mourning script. Krieg siege regiments advanced without song, their rebreathers hissing, bayonets fixed, greatcoats clotted with mud and ash. Penal battalions ran ahead in waves, collars blinking red, their overseers counting down through loud hailers until the condemned either reached the enemy or exploded for hesitation. Mordian firing lines dressed ranks even as spore mines drifted down among them. Gethsemane PDF units stumbled forward behind them, eyes hollow, hands shaking, too exhausted to fear anything except being seen to stop. Priests moved through the ranks with loud hailers and burning censers. "The Emperor weighs your blood," they screamed. "Let him find it heavy with obedience." Commissars walked the firing lanes with bolt pistols drawn. The wounded who fell across tank routes were shot if they could not crawl aside quickly enough. Those who begged were shot faster. Those who reached for the commissars were shot, bayoneted, or crushed beneath the treads of the tanks they delayed. Mercy had no place in a lane of advance. Compassion blocked armor. Armor carried guns. Guns bought minutes. The battlefield became a continental abattoir. Artillery curtains walked ahead of the counter-offensive in thunderous ranks. Earthshaker shells ploughed into the swarm, lifting geysers of chitin, mud, and alien organs. Medusa siege guns cracked fortifications of living matter apart at close range. Manticores emptied missile racks into the sky until contrails braided overhead like the white bones of dead serpents. Lehman Russ squadrons fired battle cannon shells into gaunt waves, dense enough that every round killed dozens and changed nothing. Hellhounds drove forward with promethium cannons roaring, turning Tyranid organisms into blackened heaps that still twitched and snapped until tracks ground them into paste. The swarm absorbed the losses. That was the horror no map could contain. The Tyranids did not spend bodies as the Imperium spent men, because there was no distinction between soldier, ammunition, and lesson. Every corpse became terrain. Every failure became instinct. Every shell crater became cover for the next brood. Where Imperial guns slaughtered 1 million gaunts, warriors redirected the next 2 million around the barrage pattern. Where mines shredded the front line, rippers poured over the field until their bodies triggered every charge, clearing paths with their own dismemberment. Where lasfire grids burned down waves of termagants, spore clouds rolled in to blind Auspex arrays and foul rebreathers. The air turned brown and yellow with toxins. Men fired at shadows. Some fired at friends. Some took off their helmets to vomit and inhaled spores that rooted in their lungs before the next breath. The Tyranids tunneled beneath fortress lines while dying against them from above. Raveners burst into artillery pits. Trigons split ferrocrete bunkers from below. Morlocks rose beneath armor columns, swallowing tanks into collapsing earth and leaving only burning tracks and screaming crew compartments visible for a moment before mud sealed over them. Synapse beasts guided broken broods around kill zones with obscene precision. Aerial organisms descended in layered swarms upon void shield towers, gargoyles clogging flak guns with their bodies, harpies dropping spore clusters into generator courtyards, harridans tearing through fighter screens like knives through funeral cloth. Then the god machines strode into the war. The titans of Legio Mortis Ferrum advanced from the forged sanctums of Mount Carth, their princeps enthroned in amniotic darkness, their moderati chanting fire solutions, their reactor hearts caged suns. Warlord titans came first, each step crushing tanks, corpses, and lesser organisms into the bedrock. Reaver titans flanked them, faster and leaner, their carapace weapons tracking airborne beasts. War horns sounded across the battlefield, deep enough to make wounded men clutch their ears and smile through blood because the gods of Mars had come to kill on their behalf. Volcano cannons fired. Beams of white annihilation speared across the battlefield and punched through hierophants, leaving glowing tunnels through chitinous torsos large enough for tanks to drive through. Plasma. Annihilators vomited sunfire into monstrous broods, boiling alien blood in armor plates and reducing biotitans to collapsing towers of meat. Apocalypse missile launchers opened in salvos that darkened the sky before falling among harridan flights and bursting them apart in clouds of torn wing, burning membrane, and scattered bone. Gatling blasters churned, each rotating barrel hammering out death in such volume that gaunt swarms vanished beneath the impacts, as if erased by rain made of iron. The largest hierophant came through the smoke on bladed limbs, towering above tank formations, its biocannons pulsing. It fired into the warlord Titan Ferrum Absolutis and stripped void shields in a series of shrieking blue collapses. The warlord answered with its volcano cannon and took the creature through the thorax. The hierophant staggered, organs spilling in ropes thick as transit cables. It did not fall. It lunged, impaling itself deeper on the beam's afterburn, and drove one scything limb through the Titan's knee actuator. Burrowing organisms struck at the same moment. The ground beneath Ferrum Absolutis erupted. Trigon forms and lesser tunneling bioforms tore through bedrock and climbed the Titan's legs, ripping at pistons, stabilizers, and armor seals. Carnifex broods smashed into the ankle assemblies like living siege engines. The warlord's princeps tried to step back. The left leg failed. The god machine sank to one knee, reactor alarms flooding the noosphere in furious red. Ferrum Absolutis compromised, Ver reported in the Strategium. Princeps requests permission to overload rather than fall. Dravok looked at the hololith. Around the crippled Titan, 3 Imperial regiments were still fighting. Cadians, local infantry, a Krieg artillery screen that had advanced too far and now could not retreat. They clustered in the shadow of the dying god machine, firing upward at organisms crawling over its reactor housing. How many Xenos within projected blast radius? An entire assault wave, my lord. Multiple synapse organisms. At least 2 Bio-Titan equivalents. Imperial forces. Vare's throat moved. 3 regiments. Survivors estimated at 42,000 and falling. Dravok did not look away. Approve overload. The Princeps of Ferrum Absolutis received the order and obeyed with the dignity of a dying god. Its war horn sounded once, not a call to advance, but a funeral note. Plasma vented from its back in blue-white geysers. The reactor cage failed deliberately. For an instant, the warlord Titan became brighter than the sun behind the clouds. Then it opened. The explosion erased the battlefield around it. Tyranids, tanks, artillery, trenches, men, monsters, and mud became incandescent vapor. The shockwave rolled outward, flattening kilometers of ruined manufactorum, throwing bane blades onto their sides, bursting lungs inside armor, and turning the nearest gaunt swarms into drifting ash. The 3 Imperial regiments vanished from the hololith at once. Vare stared at the casualty runes as they scrolled across the command lectern. Dravok read them all. "Mark them useful," he said. The western collapse widened under cover of the carnage. Chaos exploited what neither loyalty nor hunger had yet claimed. Word-bearer kill columns moved through the lower hive, guided by cultists who knew the old sewage routes, and by demonic whispers that grew weaker the closer they came to the sepulchre. Varzakan had survived Klein's blade, though the wound in his side steamed black beneath cracked ceramite. The dark apostle walked with one hand pressed to his armor, and the other clutching his demon-bound Crozius, whose flame now guttered like a sick animal. He no longer wanted merely to expose the Emperor's secret. He wanted to own it. If the beacon engine could call the Tyranids, if it could magnify the shadow, if it could force the Devourer toward a chosen signal, then the 17th Legion would corrupt it and cast its voice across the loyal stars. Let shrine worlds hear the call. Let forge worlds drown beneath the swarm. Let every bastion of corpse worship become bait. Let terror itself learn what it meant to see salvation shaped like teeth. Downward, Varzakan ordered. A wounded cult apostle crawled beside him, both legs gone, dragging his intestines behind him like a prayer rope. The Xenos fill the lower arteries, Lord. Then they are... Congregation. They do not hear the word. Varzakan's eyes burned. All things here, before the end. Watch Captain Vaughn move to stop him through a manufactorum that had become a slaughter maze. The Death Watch had no full squad left. Brother Sevrain still carried the heavy bolter, though one arm hung damaged and his armor bled lubricant from the elbow joint. Brother Kyle bore a combi melter with only one charge remaining. Brother Orin had lost his helm and one eye, his face sealed beneath quick clot foam and black blood. Vaughn led them through collapsed hab stacks, sewer oceans, ammunition vaults, and corpse-choked assembly floors, where conveyor belts still moved because no one had told the machines that the factory was dead. They fought everything. Genestealers came through the ceiling in the old worker dormitories, pale claws flashing. Vaughn killed one in mid-leap with a bolt round through the throat, then took another's talon across his breastplate, hard enough to carve through oath script. He caught the wrist, broke the limb backward, and drove his blade into the creature's skull. Brother Kyle fired his combi melter into a brood knot and turned 6 Genestealers into steam and blackened hooks. Cultists flooded the ammunition vault, chanting praises to the starved gods. Sevrain's heavy bolter answered with a language older than argument. Men burst apart in lines, torsos opening, heads vanishing, limbs spinning away into racks of shells. One cultist reached Vaughn with a satchel charge clutched to his chest and a grin carved into his cheeks. Vaughn kicked him backward into a knot of word-bearer serfs and shot the detonator. The blast collapsed the vault behind them and filled the air with burning propellant. A word-bearer champion found them in the corpse manufactorum, armor daubed with scripture, chain axe revving, helm crowned with horns of black iron. Long vigil, the traitor mocked, little jailers at the edge of a dying empire. Vaughn shot him in the face, The first bolt cracked the helm. The second entered through the split. The third detonated inside the skull. The word-bearer staggered, head a smoking ruin, but did not fall until Orin stepped in and drove a combat blade through the throat seal, twisting until black blood sheeted down the crimson breastplate. "No sermons," Vaughn said. Deep beneath them, Corda leaned against a black stone column and tasted blood with every breath. Caedmon Ra's strike had cracked at least one rib, perhaps more. The Inquisitor had endured worse wounds, but not in places so ancient and so determined to make men small. The Sepulchre's engine pulsed beyond him. Hestifax had vanished deeper into its machinery. Klein wanted him dead. Vaughn wanted the engine destroyed. The Custodian wanted command. The Tyranids wanted the chamber. Chaos wanted the truth. Mars wanted the pattern. Terror, perhaps, wanted silence. Corda understood at last that truth mattered less than the custody of its death. He opened a command channel to Bastion Ascendant. Dravok appeared as a distortion in the air, ash-streaked, hollow-eyed, seated upon a throne surrounded by casualty reports and failing maps. "Inquisitor," the Lord Militant said, "if this is a request for reinforcement, I invite you to revise your expectations. Prepare cyclonic torpedoes for Exterminatus contingency." The strategium behind Dravok seemed to freeze. "My world still fights. Yes. My armies still stand. Some of them. My command throne is planetside. I know." Dravok stared at him through the flickering link. "An Exterminatus command will make this bastion my coffin." Corda's face gave nothing away. "It may make Gethsemane the Imperium's last useful corpse." For a long moment, Dravok said nothing. Outside his command bastion, the world burned in layers. Above him, void war ate the sky. Beneath him, secrets older than the Inquisition called to the Devourer. At last he nodded once. "Cyclonic torpedoes will be armed under my seal. Final release remains contested until confirmation of total strategic loss." "Accepted. Do not mistake acceptance for forgiveness." "I never do." The link died. Then the hive mind touched the planet, not with speech, not with words, not with a voice that could be answered, cursed, or worshipped. It pushed an image through every sensitive mind on Gethsemane Secundus, through astropaths dying in cages, through navigators blinded in orbit, through sanctioned psychers foaming in trenches, through Klein's warded soul, through Corda's bleeding thoughts, through Varzakan's cracked devotion, through the fevered remains of Hestifax's organic brain. The galaxy appeared as meat, not stars, not sectors, not worlds with names and banners and prayers. Meat, warm, breeding, screaming, struggling meat, threaded with bright nerves of warp fire. Chaos was wrought inside it, spreading through emotion, ambition, slaughter, despair, and worship, a divine infection fattening itself on wounds. Mankind was not noble in the vision. It was tissue, dense, noisy, infected tissue. The gods were not gods. They were parasites in the bruise. Then came the mouth. The Tyranids were the cleansing mouth. No hatred, no judgment, no salvation. Teeth without malice, hunger without desire. A devouring vast enough to strip the rot by eating the flesh that carried it. Across Gethsemane, psychers screamed until their throats tore. In the strategium of Bastion Ascendant, Dravok gripped the arms of his command throne hard enough to crack the lacquered bone inlays. In the Sepulchre, Corda looked toward the Blackstone engine and understood that the swarm had not merely seen the Emperor's old pattern, it had answered it. Corda understood the shape of it at last, and hated himself less than he should have. The revelation did not come as a vision from the Emperor. It did not arrive as a holy certainty, nor as the shining clarity priests promised to men dying with mud in their lungs. It came as arithmetic. It came as casualty logic. It came as the cold convergence of dead astropaths, Blackstone harmonics, demon starvation, Tyranid adaptation, and the old strategic simulation still burning behind his eyes. Project Anathema Hydra had never been a leash. That had been the comforting lie, the lie even a radical mind might reach for first. Men loved leashes. They loved cages. They loved command words, override seals, obedience doctrines, activation keys, kill switches, and all the little rituals by which the weak convinced themselves that power could be made polite. Corda had wanted the project to be a weapon in the old sense, an engine that could be aimed, fired, and locked away again beneath the oaths of men ruthless enough to use it. It was not that. It was an extinction principle. Deny the warp its harvest, deny demons their worshippers, deny corruption its ecosystems, deny the gods emotional fuel by erasing the biological substrate before fear, rage, ambition, despair, and devotion could ferment into empiric nourishment. A chaos world could not become a demon world if nothing remained alive to dream the gate open. A cult could not spread if the hive that bred it was stripped to mineral. A soul could not fall if the flesh carrying it was devoured before temptation matured. It was victory by starvation. It was victory by universal murder. Corda stood beneath the control thrones of the Blackstone Sepulchre, one hand pressed against his broken ribs, and watched the engine pulse with the slow certainty of a second heart. The Blackstone pillars drank the light from the chamber. Gene vats trembled in their frames. Null field cages clicked open and closed in meaningless reflex. The ancient imperial thrones waited above the engine core, built for minds that could carry nations in memory and murder whole futures in a breath. Brother Captain Dathor Klein saw the same truth and named it correctly. "This is the most imperial blasphemy imaginable," the Grey Knight said. His silver armor was scored by acid and demonic residue. Warding script crawled across his plate in pale fire, dimming whenever the sepulchre pulsed. His halberd remained angled between Corda and the engine, not quite threat, not quite restraint, but the distance between them had already become a killing ground. Corda wiped blood from the corner of his mouth. Blasphemy is a priest's word. Then hear a soldier's word. Abomination. The arch-enemy withers before it, because it leaves nothing alive enough to fall. Klein's voice carried no theatrical anger. That made it worse. You would call that victory. I would call it consequence. I have seen worlds drowned in demons. I have walked through palaces made of screaming skin. I have cut the never-born from children, kings, saints, and murderers. I have seen what chaos does when men are weak. Klein stepped closer, and the silver light of his halberd brightened by a finger's breadth. This is not strength. This is surrender, sharpened into doctrine. Watch Captain Malachi Vaughn stood at the edge of the throne dais, one black gauntlet resting on the casing of his bolter. His remaining Death Watch brothers waited behind him in battle silence, armor cracked, ammunition low, blood drying in the rents of their plate. None looked away from the engine. None trusted the chamber enough to blink slowly. Vaughn spoke without heat. Chaos kills the soul first. Tyranids kill the body first. You are arguing over the order of mankind's extinction. Corda turned his augmetic eye toward him. I am arguing over whether extinction can be made selective. No, Vaughn said. You are arguing over whether you can make hunger obey grammar. Before Corda could answer, Caedmon Ra descended from the lower steps of the central throne. The custodian had been examining the shattered command seat in silence, his golden armor reflecting the engine's black glow as if Auramite itself resented the light. His guardian spear rested in one hand. Its blade was unstained, though he had killed enough in the outer passages to paint a lesser warrior red from helm to greave. Some truths were sealed because they were not lies, he said. Corda, Klein, and Vaughn all turned toward him. The custodian continued. Some were sealed because they were incomplete. A fragment of truth is often more ruinous than a clean falsehood. The mind builds bridges over the missing pieces and calls the abyss a road. Corda's breath rasped in his chest. Then speak the complete truth. Caedmon Ra's helm regarded him with gilded contempt, or perhaps with no emotion at all. No mortal in this chamber is owed completion. Klein's voice tightened. Did the Emperor create the Tyranids? The question should have thundered. It came quietly instead, as all dangerous questions did. The Blackstone engine pulsed. Caedmon Ra did not answer at once. Above them, distant impacts rolled through the sepulchre as the Norn emissary and the swarm battered deeper into the vault approaches. Somewhere in the machinery, Hestefax 77 was moving toward the core. The master of mankind saw more paths than any soul born of terror, Caedmon Ra said at last. He foresaw threats as men foresee weather, and he prepared contingencies as lesser kings prepare armies. He studied every weapon that might preserve humanity. He studied many that could destroy it. He may have foreseen a devouring shadow beyond the galactic rim. He may have sought to understand the silence it cast upon the warp. He may have built means to magnify that effect, to lure it, to misdirect it, to learn from it, or to make its existence useful, should all other roads fail. Corda leaned forward. That is evasion. It is precision. Did he create them? Caedmon Ra's voice did not change. Do not reduce the sins of ancient genius to the vocabulary of children. Create, call, wake, shape, aim, study, fear, hope. Each word is a knife too small for the wound. Klein bowed his head a fraction, not in reverence, but in grief so tightly controlled it became anger. Then this secret should die. Yes, said Vaughn. Corda looked from one warrior to the other. And if it dies with the only path to starving chaos, then mankind continues to fight with blade, bolt, faith, and fire, Klein said, and lose world after world, and remain mankind. The Blackstone engine screamed, not through speakers, through thought. Every rune in the chamber flashed red. The gene vats convulsed, preserved tissue thrashing in amniotic fluid. The null field cages snapped open. Cables descended from the vaulting like black serpents, their tips blooming into needles and clamps. The central command throne, the one left intact and waiting, lowered its restraints. Hestefax, 77, had reached the core. He emerged from a slit in the engine casing, his suspensor cradle broken, his lower body dragged by mechadendrites that had fused with the machinery during his descent. Red robes hung in tatters. Brass limbs twitched with independent spasms. His skull casing was cracked along the left side, exposing a glistening lattice of vat-grown cortex, steel, and pale nerve matter. Data cables had pierced his spine and throat. His remaining organic eye, long hidden behind lenses, had ruptured in its socket and leaked down his cheek in a black-red line. He was laughing in Binharic. Hestefax, Corda said, and raised his plasma pistol, despite the pain in his ribs. The Magos did not look at him. He climbed the throne like a penitent ascending an altar. Cables entered him eagerly, stabbing through armor, cloth, metal, and flesh. One punched through his abdomen and emerged from his back trailing coils of wet intestine and wire. Another drilled into the base of his skull. A third forced itself into his open mouth, cracking teeth, splitting his jaw at the corners, flooding his throat with black conductive fluid. His body spasmed. His stolen genetic keys spilled into the engine. Not the Emperor's flesh. Nothing so simple. Nothing so pure. Hestefax had harvested authority from the archive, from old gene marks, from forbidden samples, from lineage ciphers buried in dead tissue, from scraps of Terran command language sealed inside Project Anathema Hydra. He had made a counterfeit key from relic dust, stolen data, and sacrilege. It should not have worked. The engine had been waiting too long to be discerning. The throne accepted him. Hestefax screamed then, not from fear, but from communion made physical. The sepulchre fed on his nervous system. His mechadendrites thrashed. His spine arched until vertebrae cracked. Brass clamps closed over his wrists and crushed the augmetic bones beneath. His cortical stack flared white-hot, and for one impossible moment, his mind touched the amplified edge of the shadow. He saw the hive mind, not as a beast, not as an army, not even as a god. He saw sacred biological efficiency, an equation without vanity, an ecology of conquest perfected beyond the failures of emotion, politics, doctrine, and prayer. No argument, no ambition, no treason, no weakness disguised as individuality, each organism purposeful, each death instructional, each world reduced to resource, each resource refined into continuation. It was the omnissiah inverted into flesh. It was logic with teeth. It was the answer Mars had always pretended it did not desire. Beautiful, Hestefax tried to say. The cable in his mouth turned the word into a wet burst of static. The sepulchre activated. Across Gethsemane Secundus, the shadow in the warp deepened from suffocation to burial. Chaos rituals failed mid-chant. Circles of blood dried black in an instant. Icons cracked. Summoning fires guttered and collapsed into greasy smoke. Possessed warriors fell to their knees as the demons inside them were torn from their flesh, not by sanctified exorcism, not by faith, but by absence. Bodies that had once contained roaring Neverborn sagged into meat, armor suddenly too heavy for the ruined mortal or transhuman carcasses within. Limbs twitched, bone spines retracted, horns softened and sloughed away, mouths that had spoken with more than one voice, filled with blood and silence. Demons already manifested on the battlefield withered. A horned thing striding through a PDF barricade raised its axe and simply thinned, its outline guttering, as though the universe had forgotten the pressure required to hold it in being. Rippers swarmed over its legs and bit into borrowed flesh. It tried to curse them. The curse had no listener. Its head collapsed inward, leaving a smear of ash and marrow on the street. Demon engines fell inert. Defilers locked in place with claws raised. Hellbrutes slammed against their own sarcophagi, the things within them suddenly alone with the mortal madness they had fed upon for centuries. Helldrakes fell from the sky like burning iron gargoyles, crashing through hab roofs and vanishing in explosions of brass, meat, and warp fire too weak to spread. The word-bearers screamed, not because they were dying. They had never feared death properly, not because pain had found them. Pain was a language they considered devotional. They screamed because the gods went quiet. In the western underhive, Dark Apostle Varzakan staggered and clutched at the wound Klein had given him. His crozius flickered in his hand, the demon inside it whimpering like an animal trapped beneath ice. The voices that had filled his skull for 10,000 years withdrew behind a wall of hunger. For the first time since Colchis burned in his memory and Terra's false light became the focus of his hate, Varzakan stood almost alone inside himself. He hated it more than death. "Speak," he hissed to the crozius. The weapon gave only a weak pulse. "Speak." Around him, word-bearers faltered. One tore off his helm and screamed prayers until Gaunts pulled him down. Another fired into his own cultists, howling that silence was a lie. A possessed champion collapsed in front of Varzakan, its demonic anatomy peeling away in strips, leaving a broken legionary inside cracked armor, weeping blood from eyes that had not been human in millennia. For one terrible hour, the Imperium saw the weapon work. Warp corruption across Gethsemane withered like mold beneath flame. Cult uprisings collapsed as their prophets lost the voices that had made them brave. Demon shrines became only rooms full of corpses and bad carvings. The ritual wounds above Hive Golgotha shrank. The great bruises in reality scabbed over. Grey knights found their prey diminished and dying before their blades could land. Astra Militarum companies trapped beside Chaos Kill shrines watched enemy fanatics fall into confusion, then into panic, then into the jaws of the Tyranids arriving behind them. Vox channels filled with astonishment. The traitors are breaking. Demon engine inactive. Possessed targets collapsing. Warp anomaly diminishing. Saint preserve us. The Xenos are closing the rift. Dravok heard the reports and did not rejoice. He watched the hololith shift as Chaos markers faded and Tyranid markers multiplied. He had commanded too long to mistake the death of one enemy for salvation when the other had simply grown closer. Then the cost arrived. It began with the astropaths. Those not already dead died now. Choir chambers across the fleet became charnel vaults. Psychers slumped in their restraints with blood running from every orifice. Brains rendered grey soup inside skulls that still bore the Emperor's brand. Those who survived lived only long enough to babble in tones no human throat should make before their hearts stopped. Sanctioned psychers across the trenches suffered brain death in waves. Some fell standing. Some fired powers they could no longer control and burned their own platoons. Others simply stared upward, smiling with empty eyes as gaunts reached them. Navigators aboard the surviving ships went blind. Not all. Enough. Too many. Their third eyes clouded and split. Noble houses lost scions in locked sanctums, and their attendants beat on the doors from outside. Hearing the screams turned to animal sounds, and then to nothing. Imperial priests lost their voices mid-prayer. Thousands of them. In trenches, chapels, command bunkers, medici pits, tank compartments, and execution lines. One moment they roared litanies through loudhailers. The next, their throats closed. Blood vessels burst beneath the skin of their necks. Some clawed at their collars. Some fell to their knees, unable to speak the Emperor's name, while the shadow pressed down upon the very concept of being heard. The same silence that starved chaos maimed mankind's ability to cross the stars and hear the Emperor's light. Klein felt it through every ward on his armor. His psychic strength did not vanish, but it had to fight through a pressure vast enough to humble thought. Each prayer of banishment emerged heavy. Each psychic strike cost more. He looked at the dying feed from the surface, then at Hestefax impaled upon the throne, and his fury became pure. "Now," he said, "we end it." Tyranids surged faster under the amplified shadow. The sepulchre had become a synaptic altar. The swarm no longer merely attacked Gethsemane. It reorganized around the engine. Broods that had been devouring civilian reservoirs turned away from easy biomass and flooded toward the sepulchre approaches. Warriors took positions not only to kill, but to hold. Gaunt waves threw themselves across corridors to block demolition teams. Zoanthropes hovered above access shafts, forming psychic bulwarks around the lower hive. Carnifexes smashed through Imperial barricades and then turned outward, guarding the path behind them. The Norn emissary, still advancing through the black locks, altered its route to intercept any force moving toward the core. The hive mind had decided the engine mattered. That decision made every human argument irrelevant. Vaughn watched the tactical pattern assemble on his helm display. His remaining Deathwatch brothers gathered around him, armor battered, ammunition icons blinking low. Brother Sevrain's heavy bolter had fewer than 100 rounds remaining. Brother Kyle's combi melter was empty, reduced to bolter function. Brother Orin's face was a clot of scar sealant and dried blood, one eye bright with pain and duty. Vaughn spoke over the kill team channel. Final mission. No one answered. They simply listened. Primary objective: kill Hestefax 77. Secondary objective: destroy the Sepulchre core beyond recovery. Tertiary objective: recover the archive if containment is possible. If not, burn it. Quaternary objective: evacuate no one except those required to keep the secret from chaos. Brother Sevrain checked the feed of his heavy bolter with one damaged hand. A clean mission, then. Brother Kale gave a dry laugh through static. I had feared command would complicate it with survival. Vaughn looked toward Corda, then Klein, then Caedmon Ra. This is no longer an investigation. This is denial. Corda leaned against the pillar, breathing shallowly. His face was grey. You do not have authority to determine that. Vaughn turned his red lenses on him. No, I have ammunition. Caedmon Ra stepped forward, guardian spear angled toward the throne, where Hestefax writhed in communion with the engine. Deathwatch will breach. Grey Knights will sever demonic interference. I will engage the Norn emissary if it reaches the core. Inquisitor Corda will remain alive until I decide whether his testimony is required. Corda's augmetic eye clicked. How generous. It was not generosity. Klein raised his halberd. And the archive? Caedmon Ra looked at the engine. If it can be carried, it is chained. If it cannot be chained, it is ash. The chamber shook again. Far behind them, through ruptured locks, killing corridors, dead Skitari, and piles of alien bodies, another presence entered the sepulchre. Varzakan came wounded and furious. His crimson armor was cracked across the ribs where Klein's halberd had struck him. Black blood steamed from the wound. One horn of his helm was broken. His Crozius flickered weakly, its demon-bound flame reduced to a guttering blue-red pulse beneath the amplified shadow. Around him came the remnants of his word-bearers, fewer now, but harder for the silence. They moved with the desperation of men whose gods had gone distant, and whose hatred was all that remained to keep them upright. Varzakan looked upon the Blackstone sepulchre and smiled with bloody teeth. "There," he whispered, "there is the corpse king's throat." A gaunt leapt at him from the side passage. He smashed it aside with the Crozius, though the weapon's flame barely burned. Another came. He crushed its skull beneath his boot and kept walking. The engine pulsed. The shadow pressed down. The gods did not answer. Varzakan advanced anyway. He would corrupt the engine or die, proving that the Emperor's weapon could still kneel. The sepulchre core became a slaughterhouse built by saints who had run out of mercy. Blackstone pylons rose like the ribs of a dead god, their surfaces drinking muzzle flare, lass fire, witchlight, and the red glow of warning runes. Gene vats shook in their cradles as stray rounds punched through glass and released preserved horrors into the battle. Pale organs slid across the floor in glistening heaps. Null field cages sparked and failed. Psychic focusing arrays bent overhead like crescent blades, vibrating with the amplified shadow that pressed down upon every soul, every daemon, every prayer, every scrap of pride still pretending it mattered. Deathwatch black, Grey Knight silver, Custodian gold, Inquisitorial Stormtrooper carapace, Skitari red, Word-bearer crimson, and Tyranid chitin collided beneath the control throne where Hestefax 77 hung impaled in communion with the engine. The Magos had ceased to resemble a servant of Mars and had become an interface wound. Cables pierced him from spine to throat. Needles vanished into his skull. His jaw hung broken around a thick black data conduit. His limbs spasmed in sequence with the engine's pulse. Every tremor sent fresh blood, lubricant, and scraps of nerve tissue pattering onto the Blackstone below. He laughed in Binharik without lungs enough to make the sound human. Around him, the galaxy's great hungers came to claim their portion. Vaughn advanced through the first line of Tyranid warrior guards, with his bolter firing from the hip. Hellfire rounds struck chitinous torsos and detonated in bursts of toxin, acid, and explosive pressure. The warriors did not die easily. Nothing guarding the core had been grown for an easy death. The first took 4 rounds through the abdomen before its upper body split open, spilling fibrous organs that continued to clench and writhe on the floor. The second caught Brother Sevrain's heavy bolter shells across its chest and staggered backward, ribs opening like wet shutters before Vaughn's Xenophase blade slid through the synapse node behind its skull. The severed connection rippled outward. A knot of lesser feeder organisms lost unity for a heartbeat. Brother Kale used that heartbeat well. His flamer roared, filling the space beneath a gene vat with blue-white promethium. Rippers ignited in crawling heaps. Neurogaunts thrashed and burned, their pale limbs curling inward as the fire cooked them inside their own shells. One burning organism dragged itself across Kyle's boot, still trying to bite through ceramite until he crushed it beneath his heel. Forward, Vaughn voxed. Brother Orin answered with a grunt rather than a word. Half his face was still sealed beneath black clot foam. His one remaining eye burned with pain and purpose. He met a corrupted Mechanicus construct head-on, a thing made from Skitari remnants, servitor limbs, and engine cables animated by the sepulchre's malfunctioning will. Its galvanic rifle arms fired wildly, rounds snapping against Orin's pauldron and chest. He took the impacts, closed the distance, and drove his chain blade into its torso. The blade screamed. Alien fiber, machine cable, vat-grown muscle, and red robe cloth clogged the teeth almost instantly. Orin braced both feet and forced the weapon deeper. The construct spasmed, metal fingers clawing at his breastplate. Vaughn shot its head from the side. Orin tore the chain blade free in a spray of sparks and stringy meat. Another warrior leapt from the pylon shadows. Vaughn did not look at it first. He heard the scrape of claws through the Vox distortion, saw its heat blur reflected in a broken vat, and dropped to one knee as its bone sword cut the air where his helm had been. He fired upward into its throat. The bolt detonated under the jaw. The skull opened, and hot ichor splashed down his armor. He rose through the spray and kept moving. To his right, the Grey Knights held the demonic flank. Their psychic might was weakened. Every banishment rite came heavy through the shadow. Every warding chant sounded as if spoken underwater, beneath a sea of alien thought. Their silver armor still burned with sanctity, but the light was strained, smothered by the engine's amplified absence. They were warriors built to fight demons with soulfire, and here soulfire had to claw through a universe that refused to feed flame. That made them vulnerable. It made them more terrible. They fought without flourish, no wasted strength, no reliance on brilliance. Storm bolters barked sanctified rounds into crimson armor. Nemesis blades rose and fell, not blazing as brightly as they should have, but sharp enough to sever limbs, throats, and demonic anchors. A word-bearer possessed lunged at Klein with bone talons bursting from his forearms and a second jaw opening down his chest. Klein stepped inside the strike, took a gouge across his shoulder plate, and drove the butt of his halberd into the creature's knee. As the possessed buckled, Klein reversed the weapon and cut down through collar, spine, and breastplate. The demon inside tried to crawl free in a clot of black smoke and teeth. It failed. The shadow pressed upon it. Klein spoke one word of banishment, forcing the syllable through blood and effort, and the thing shredded into ash before it could scream properly. His brothers formed around him. One Grey Knight took a chain axe to the helm and staggered, silver faceplate split, blood streaming through the grill. He answered by grabbing the word-bearer responsible and crushing the traitor's wrist until gauntlet, bone, and weapon handle collapsed together. Then he drove a nemesis blade up beneath the traitor's breastplate and held it there until the crimson giant stopped kicking. Varzakan's elite came hard through the smoke. Chosen of the 17th Legion, armor carved with scripture, blades slick with demon. Blood, voices hoarse from shouting into a silence that no longer answered. They no longer fought with the intoxication of certain favor. They fought with panic, disguised as zeal. Their gods had gone distant. Their prayers returned empty. That absence made them furious. Klein met them at the foot of a cracked blackstone pylon. Varzakan was not yet among them. The Dark Apostle had gone another way. In the nave of the engine, Caedmon Ra met the Norn emissary. The creature entered through a blasted arch of blackstone and adamantium, stepping over the crushed bodies of stormtroopers and slain gaunts with equal disregard. It was taller than a dreadnought, leaner than a carnifex, armored in interlocking chitin plates that shifted with wet muscular tension. Blade limbs extended from its upper body, each one curved and serrated, each edge glistening with venom. Its skull was narrow, crowned, almost regal in its alien austerity. It did not roar. It looked at the custodian. Caedmon Ra looked back. Then they moved. The first exchange was too fast for mortal eyes. Guardian spear met living blade with a crack that sent sparks and ichor across the floor. Caedmon's return thrust opened a seam in the emissary's side, spilling dark fluid that steamed against Blackstone. The creature twisted aside before the strike could sink deeper and cut back with two limbs at once. One passed over the custodian's helm by a finger's breadth. The other scored his breastplate, tearing a bright line through auramite and drawing blood beneath. Caedmon did not rage. He adjusted. A step left. Spear butt into the joint of the lower limb. Bolter discharge into the exposed hinge. Pivot beneath the next strike. Blade up through softer chitin beneath the arm. Withdraw before counter-impalement. Every motion was judgment. Every wound was chosen. He was not trying to overpower the creature in a single glorious moment. He was dismantling the decision that had grown it. The Norn emissary adapted. Its footwork changed. Its strikes shortened. It began to use the pylons as limits, forcing Caedmon into narrower angles. A lesser warrior would have been driven backward. Caedmon gave ground only when the ground itself served him better. He let the creature press, then turned at the edge of a null cage and drove his spear through the mechanism. The cage discharged as the emissary passed it, a burst of psychic blankness and electrical fury that staggered the organism for less than a heartbeat. Less than a heartbeat was enough for a custodian. The guardian spear punched through the side of the emissary's neck. The creature responded by driving a blade limb through Caedmon's left thigh. Auramite split. Blood ran bright gold red down his greave. The custodian locked the wounded leg, fired the spear's integrated bolter point blank into the creature's throat, and tore the weapon free as chitin cracked under the blasts. They separated by a few steps. Both bled. Neither had finished calculating. Corda moved through the chaos with one hand pressed to his ruined ribs and the other hidden beneath his coat. He should have been dead already. The sepulchre did not care. The war did not care. Survival had never been proof of importance, only proof that death had been delayed by circumstance. Around him, his remaining stormtroopers died buying seconds. One was lifted by a warrior and split open against a pylon, his organs slapping wetly to the floor. Another fired his hellgun until a word-bearer's bolt round punched through his abdomen and detonated, spraying his lower body across the base of a gene vat. Corda reached the lowest step, beneath the control throne. Varzakhan stepped from behind a curtain of smoke, blood, and torn cables. The Dark Apostle looked diminished and more dangerous for it. His crimson armor was cracked. One eye was swollen shut beneath split flesh. Klein's earlier wound had opened again, spilling black blood down his side. The demon bound within his Crozius flickered weakly, its flame barely clinging to the weapon's head. The shadow pressed down upon him. His gods were distant, starved, muffled behind the greater hunger. Yet Varzakhan smiled. "Inquisitor," he said, voice raw but rich with spite, "you stand before your god's confession." Corda lifted his plasma pistol. The weapon whined, empty. Varzakhan laughed. "Even your tools abandon you. How perfect." He limped closer, Crozius dragging. Sparks along the floor. "Save the archive. That is what you want, is it not? The truth preserved, chained, catalogued, placed beneath seals by men who will pretend secrecy is mastery." Corda said nothing. "Give me confession," Varzakhan whispered. "Speak it, and I will let your precious archive survive my hand. Admit that your emperor was not savior, not father, not protector. Admit he was a monster clever enough to build a bigger monster. Admit he looked upon the gods and answered with extinction." Corda's face had gone pale from blood loss. His augmetic eye clicked and clicked, struggling to focus. "You mistake me," he said. Varzakhan leaned closer. "Do I? I have never required him to be kind." The Inquisitor's right hand came out from beneath his coat. The digital needler mounted beneath his ring flashed once. The needle punched into Varzakhan's open mouth and burst against the back of his throat, releasing sanctified toxin distilled from reliquary venom, hexagrammic silver suspension, and the rendered ashes of condemned psychers. The Dark Apostle staggered backward. For an instant, the poison worked. His lips blackened, his tongue swelled. Smoke poured from his nostrils. The demon in his crozius screamed, a thin, starved sound. Then Varzakan survived. Demonic spite, transhuman physiology, and pure hatred dragged him back from the edge. He spat a clot of blood, toxin, and dissolved teeth onto the floor, then struck Corda with the crozius. The blow shattered the Inquisitor's shoulder and hurled him against the base of the throne. Corda hit hard enough to break bone. Varzakan followed, dropping the crozius to seize him with both hands. He drove one gauntlet into Corda's abdomen and tore sideways. Armor weave, flesh, and muscle opened. Corda's breath left him in a wet gasp. The Dark Apostle lifted him by the front of his coat and slammed him down again. "You will confess," Varzakan snarled, blood pouring from his ruined mouth. Corda looked up at him with one human eye and one red lens. "No," he said, "I will authorize." His broken hand found the rosette at his throat. The seal split beneath his thumb. A dead man protocol woke in the sepulchre. Inquisitorial kill authority unfolded through the buried systems like a final curse. Hidden fusion charges, dormant since before any living Imperial commander had known the sepulchre existed, armed in sequence. Red sigils appeared across the blackstone pylons. Vault doors began to lock. The engine's control paths sealed under layered execution ciphers. Every exit route became a countdown. A machine voice spoke in High Gothic. Containment failure acknowledged. Final denial authorized. Fusion scouring sequence initiated. Varzakan stared at him. Corda smiled with bloody teeth. Above them, Hestefax completed communion. The Magos became a bridge. For one moment, his machine logic, stolen archive, Blackstone engine, and the outer pressure of Tyranid synapse aligned. He touched the question that had drawn fleets, demons, custodes, inquisitors, Astartes, and the devouring swarm into one grave. Did the Emperor create the Tyranids? The answer entered him. It was too large for yes. It was too cruel for no. He saw a golden mind studying the warp's hungers. He saw predictive models of alien silence beyond the rim. He saw Blackstone engines designed to imitate, attract, and magnify the psychic absence of a devourer not yet present in the galaxy's flesh. He saw signals cast into distances where time and causality became unreliable servants. He saw contingencies sealed, abandoned, reinterpreted, corrupted, and feared. He saw mankind's master reaching not for obedience from the hunger, but for the possibility that one day, when all other weapons failed, extinction might be pointed at a greater extinction. Hestefax laughed. Binharic shrieks poured from him, ecstatic, broken, overloaded. Vaughn reached the throne. A warrior blocked him. Brother Kale tackled it from the side, driving both of them into a gene vat. Glass burst. Preserved Xenos organs spilled over them. The warrior tore into Kale's torso with bone swords. Kale pressed a melter charge against its abdomen and triggered it manually. Both vanished in a white flash of heat and meat. Vaughn did not stop. A corrupted servitor lunged. He crushed its skull with a backhand. A gaunt leapt onto his shoulder. He ignored its claws until Brother Orin shot it off him. Vaughn mounted the throne steps through blood, broken cables, and falling sparks. Hestefax turned what remained of his head. "Watch, Captain." The Magos rasped through torn vox and broken jaw. "The answer is magnificent." Vaughn's power fist activated. Blue energy crawled across black ceramite fingers. "No," Vaughn said. "It is ammunition for fools." He drove the fist into Hestefax's cranial casing. The first impact shattered brass, bone, lens, and cortical plating. The second caved the skull inward. The third punched through what remained and crushed the stolen data stack against the throne's headrest. Hestefax's laughter became static, then wet clicking, then silence. The cables in his body whipped and sparked. The Blackstone engine screamed as the bridge collapsed. In that scream, the archive opened to 3 minds only. Vaughn saw it through helm feed and gene-wrought memory. Klein saw it through warded soul and psychic discipline. Caedmon Ra saw it as something older, perhaps expected, perhaps dreaded. The final truth did not declare that the Emperor had created the Tyranids as modern beasts from vats or command thrones. It showed instead that he had identified the coming hunger, studied its anti-warp properties through fragments, echoes, and impossible foresight, and built the beacon engine as a contingency that could guide, attract, magnify, or exploit the shadow against chaos if mankind had no path left but atrocity scaled beyond imagination. It was not absolution. It was worse. It was plausible. Klein turned his halberd toward the archive core. "Destroy it." Vaughn stepped down from the throne, gauntlet dripping with Hestefax's brain, oil, and shattered machine parts. "Bury it with the dead." Burial fails. Secrets crawl. Destruction lies too. Someone will remember enough to rebuild the sin badly. Caedmon Ra withdrew his spear from the Norn emissary's flank as the creature staggered back, wounded but not slain. The custodian's armor was torn open in 3 places. Blood ran freely from his thigh and side. His voice remained calm. "Terror will judge." Klein faced him. "Terror buried this. Terror endured because much was buried." Vaughn raised his bolter slightly. "And now the grave is full." For a breath, the 3 of them stood on the edge of killing one another. Grey Knight, Deathwatch, Custodian, all loyal, all armed, all certain enough to murder for the Emperor's will, and none in agreement about what that will demanded. The fusion countdown ended the argument. The machine voice returned. Scouring threshold approaching. The Norn emissary screamed without sound, synapse pressure pulsing through the chamber as lesser organisms surged forward. The swarm was coming harder now, flooding the nave, climbing pylons, pouring over the dead. The word-bearers still alive fought in knots, trapped between Xenos and Imperial guns. Varzakan crawled across the floor toward his Crozius, leaving a black trail behind him. Corda lay beside the control throne, opened and broken, one hand pressed to the ruin of his abdomen. His rosette glowed faintly against his chest. The broken vox bead near his mouth sparked. He was dying, and he knew it. That knowledge seemed almost to comfort him. Vaughn reached him first. Corda's eye moved toward the Deathwatch captain. Blood bubbled at his lips. His voice came through the broken vox in a whisper of static and meat. "Let the gods starve." He coughed, and something dark spilled from his mouth. "Let mankind answer for the bill." Exterminatus began without ceremony. There was no final hymn across the system, no proclamation from a sainted pulpit, no grand confession carried through the vox to comfort the billions still breathing on Gethsemane Secundus. Ceremony was for victories, coronations, and lies told to the living. This was arithmetic, enacted by warheads. This was judgment stripped of poetry. This was the Imperium, admitting that a world had become more dangerous alive than dead. Lord Militant Cassian Dravok gave the order from the command throne of Bastion Ascendant, while the orbital defense sphere collapsed around him. The Bastion had once been the brain of Gethsemane's war. Now it was a coffin wrapped in armor, fire, and failing void shields. The strategium beneath him stank of burned wiring, blood, sweat, and sacred oils spilled from ruptured machine shrines. Half the hololithic projectors were dead. The others showed the planet as a wound of red icons, black dead zones, and spreading Xenos convergence patterns. Entire hives had vanished from tactical relevance. The surviving Imperial formations were not lines anymore, but islands of ammunition and screaming faith surrounded by hunger. Vox officers worked with bandaged hands. Servo skulls drifted blindly into walls. Priests moved between command stations, giving absolution to men who had not asked for it. The wounded were dragged away only when their bodies blocked access to consoles. Those still useful were left where they bled. Dravok watched the final authorization rune pulse before him. Cyclonic torpedoes waited in high orbit aboard crippled ships whose crews had already been told that withdrawal was conditional, unlikely, and undeserved. Several vessels were burning. Several were boarded. Several had no surviving astropathic choir. One cruiser had lost so many navigators that its captain had asked permission to ram the nearest bioship rather than attempt blind translation through the warp. Dravok denied the request. Every hull that could carry survivors, data, or ammunition still belonged to the war. He pressed his thumb to the blood reader. The reader accepted him. A machine voice spoke from the command lectern. Exterminatus Authority confirmed. Vare stood beside him, pale and trembling now, too tired to pretend otherwise. My lord, final withdrawal windows remain incomplete. Evacuation is not rescue, Dravok said. It is triage performed with Voidcraft. Ground forces still request extraction. Deny all requests below strategic priority Crimson. That will condemn. It will acknowledge what is already true. The torpedoes fell. From orbit, they looked almost gentle at first. Slender spears descending through smoke, spore clouds, battle debris, and the flashes of a dying void war. Then the first warhead struck the upper atmosphere and broke the sky open. Gethsemane Secundus became Apocalypse. The atmospheric layers cracked in expanding rings of fire. Clouds ignited. Spores burned in chains bright enough to cast shadows across continents. Shock fronts rolled downward, flattening towers, defense spires, manufactorum stacks, and the blackened remains of pilgrimage roads paved with old bones. Cyclonic fire crawled across the world in vast white arteries, joining impact blooms to reactor ruptures, promethium floods, plasma storms, and the burning hearts of shattered hives. Hive Vardas disappeared beneath a hemispheric furnace. Hive Morn split from crown to foundation, its central spire folding inward as the ground beneath it liquefied. Hive Cauldrum's corpse starch reservoirs flashed into vapor, carrying the rendered dead of centuries into the firestorm as a greasy black cloud. Golgotha endured for longer than the others, because Golgotha had been built to spite Apocalypse, and Apocalypse answered by becoming patient. Its outer rings collapsed first, its shield towers overloaded, its hab stacks slid into one another, its basilicas burned from within. Its underhive became a kiln full of men, xenos, traitors, machines, relics, and secrets. The oceans screamed. They boiled not as water in a pot, but as continents of liquid violence rising into the air. Steam columns climbed into the burning sky. Coastal trench lines vanished. Submerged digestion pools turned white and burst, spraying cooked Tyranid matter across shorelines already melting to glass. The poisoned agridomes detonated in green fire. Corpse fields ignited. Ash deserts became molten rivers. Tyranid digestion pools boiled in their basins, feeder organisms thrashing as their own reclamation acids turned against them under cyclonic heat. Gaunt carpets burned in waves. Carnifex broods staggered onward, while their outer plates cracked and their internal fluids flashed to steam. Zoanthropes burst like psychic blisters, each death releasing a pulse that killed nearby psychers and sent lesser organisms into spasms. Hierodules collapsed into burning heaps the size of fortresses. Bioships low in atmosphere tried to rise and were caught by lance fire, cyclonic shock, and the planet's own death throes. Chaos ritual sites vanished in white fire. The Western Cathedral District, already ruined by lance strike and Tyranid consumption, became light and then nothing. Dark altars melted. 8-pointed sigils cracked and flowed. Demon engines fell where they stood, their imprisoned spirits too starved by the shadow and too late to flee the material destruction. Cult mobs died mid-chant, their final prayers lost beneath heat intense enough to turn bone to vapor before pain could finish crossing the nerves. Imperial armies died with weapons in their hands. Acadian Colour Sergeant stood atop a burning chimera and fired his laser gun into the oncoming swarm until cyclonic wind tore the flesh from his bones. A Krieg line held a trench that no longer connected to any command network, bayonets fixed, rebreathers glowing in the fire, their silhouettes vanishing as the ground beneath them became glass. A Baneblade crew, trapped inside a hull overrun by gaunts, fired its last shell into the mouth of a Carnifex and died when the ammunition magazine cooked off. Priests who had lost their voices raised empty hands toward a sky made of fire. Commissars executed men who ran, then stood still when there was nowhere left to run themselves. No promise was made that anyone would remember them. The sepulchre died beneath Hive Golgotha, and its death was stranger than the planet's. The fusion charges armed by Corda's Deadman protocol detonated in sequence around the Blackstone sepulchre. They did not merely explode, they unmade architecture that had been designed to deny unmaking. Blackstone pylons split, their veins of pale fire turning blacker than darkness before bursting outward in shards that cut through ceramite, chitin, and flesh without preference. Gene vats ruptured, null cages folded inward, psychic focusing arrays screamed as their stored absence discharged into the engine core. The command throne where Hestefax had died cracked down its center, and the ancient machinery beneath it opened like a skull struck by a god's hammer. The backlash climbed through the hive, through the dying atmosphere, through the void, and into the Imperium. For several minutes, the shadow in the warp and the distant light of the Astronomicon ground against one another across the system. Those who could feel it wished they could not. Astropaths aboard surviving ships died in their restraint thrones, many already blind, most already bleeding, all of them forced to become instruments for a final message none had chosen to carry. Their mouths opened together across different vessels, different decks, different chains of command. Some spoke through tongues blackened by psychic fire. Some spoke after their hearts had stopped. Some spoke through vox grills clogged with blood. The hunger remembers. Then their heads burst, or their souls guttered, or they simply went still, used beyond repair. Vaughn escaped the sepulchre aboard a Thunderhawk that had no right to fly. The gunship rose through the collapsing throat of Hive Golgotha, with one engine burning wrong and another coughing black smoke. Its hull was scored by talons, acid, small arms fire, and the scrape of falling masonry. Hurricane bolters mounted along its flanks fired until their belts ran dry. Lascannons burned through gargoyles, harpies, and the winged shadows that swarmed the ascent path. Warning runes filled the cockpit. The pilot servitor had lost both legs and most of its torso to shrapnel, but remained hardwired into the controls, twitching as it steered by fragments of machine instinct. Inside the troop hold, everything stank. Blood, promethium, burnt ceramite, alien ichor, ozone, cooked flesh, the sour rot of Tyranid fluids drying across armor. The dead were mag-locked to the deck beside the living, because there was no time to separate honor from cargo. Vaughn stood braced against the hold wall, one hand gripping an overhead restraint, the other still holding his blade. Its edge was dark with Tyranid ichor and flecks of Hestefax's machine brain. Brother Sevrain sat against the opposite wall, heavy bolter across his lap, head bowed in exhaustion or prayer. Brother Orin had finally allowed his remaining eye to close. His chest plate rose and fell with difficulty. No one spoke of Brother Cale. No one needed to. Klein stood near the rear ramp, silver armor cracked and blackened, halberd planted between his boots. The wards on his plate flickered weakly as the backlash clawed across the system. He looked less like a shining demon killer now, and more like what he was beneath sanctity, a transhuman weapon enduring damage until the next. Order. Kedman Ra knelt in the center of the hold, not from weakness, never that. His thigh wound bled through temporary seals. His auramite was torn open along the side where the Norn emissary had cut him. In one hand, he held a sealed data cyst, recovered from the sepulchre core before its destruction. It was small enough to fit within his palm. It pulsed once every few breaths, like an accusation with a heartbeat. The Thunderhawk burst through the upper ruin of Golgotha as the hive folded beneath it. For an instant, Vaughn saw the world below. He saw continents burning. He saw hives collapsing like struck candles. He saw Tyranid swarms still moving amid the fire, even as death claimed them in sheets. He saw Imperial ships breaking orbit, some under power, some spinning, some aflame. He saw bioships closing through the void. He saw the last shape of Gethsemane Secundus before it became a lesson no sane empire would admit it had needed. Far below, amid the shattered western approaches to the sepulchre, Varza Khan lived long enough to see the secret denied to him. He crawled across a floor that was no longer stable, beneath a ceiling that rained molten stone. His armor was split. His mouth was ruined by Corda's Needler. His Crozius dragged beside him, its demon flame reduced to a blue flicker smaller than a candle. Around him, the last of his word-bearers died in knots of crimson and chitin. The sepulchre's final pulses had stolen the gods from the air. Exterminatus stole everything else. Varza Khan activated a broken vox spike driven through his gauntlet. He broadcast not to men, but into the warp, into whatever hungry silence and distant malice might still hear him. "Secrets are seeds," he rasped, each word bubbling through blood and ruined teeth. "Burn the field, corpse worshippers. Seeds endure. Your emperor's confession will grow in every grave. He made hunger. He feared the gods. He reached beyond the stars because divinity made him afraid." A Tyranid organism emerged from the smoke, not the Norn emissary, not a grand beast worthy of legend. A feeder thing, half burned, half blind, its carapace split by falling stone, its mouthparts still working. Behind it came more, rippers, gaunts, broken organisms, dying but guided by the last pressure of the swarm. Varza Khan lifted his Crozius. The flame went out. He laughed then, or tried to. The feeder organism struck him low and dragged him sideways. Others piled over him. Claws scraped ceramite. Teeth found seals. A gaunt's talon punched through his cracked breastplate and pinned him to the floor. Rippers forced themselves into the wound in his side, eating through organs, cables, and demon-soured flesh. Varza Khan tried to speak one final prayer. The hunger smothered it. In Bastion Ascendant, Dravok watched the final defense cordon fail. Tyranid bioships broke through the orbital kill zone in ragged, burning groups. Imperial fire had taken many. Exterminatus had taken more. Not enough. Living boarding cysts struck the Bastion's hull. Bioplasma washed across void shields until they collapsed in overlapping screams of light. Internal defense channels reported breaches along docking spines, lance decks, and the lower ammunition vaults. Armsmen formed lines, gun servitors locked into place, priests blessed bulkheads already being clawed apart from the other side. Vare stood beside the command throne with a pistol in hand. "My lord," he said, "remaining vessels can still clear our position." Dravok shook his head. "Then they are wasting range." "My lord, order all remaining ships to fire through this bastion." Vare stared at him. Dravok looked up at the cracked hololith, at the red blooms of bioship signatures clustering around his command. "The Xenos have committed mass to boarding. Make their appetite expensive." The order went out. Some captains hesitated. Dravok opened the fleet channel himself. "This is Lord Militant Cassian Dravok, commander of Gethsemane Secundus, servant of the throne, and current owner of every life still spending breath in this system. Fire through my position. Any captain who refuses will be recorded as having preserved ammunition for the enemy." The first lance struck the Bastion's outer ring, then another, then a full broadside from the cruiser, Penitent Iron. Bastion Ascendant died beneath Imperial fire, while Tyranid organisms poured through its halls. Dravok, remained seated as the strategium came apart. Ver fired his pistol into the first gaunt through the command arch and was buried beneath the next 6. The hololith exploded. Servo skulls spun, burning through the air. The command throne's bone inlays cracked under the heat. Dravok had time to see the Bastion's reactor warning flare before the world went white. The surviving Imperial fleet translated away with barely enough navigators to make the attempt something other than mass suicide. Ships entered the warp, damaged, undercrewed, half-blind, and carrying more dead than living. Some never completed translation. Some flickered into the Imperium, with Tyranid organisms still loose in their lower decks. Some carried silence where astropathic choirs had been. The Hammer of Throne dragged a burning escort into the warp with tractor chains, because the escort still held a functioning navigator and 3 sealed vaults of classified data. The Thunderhawk, carrying Vaughn, Klein, and Caedmon Ra, reached a Deathwatch strike cruiser only minutes before the translation window closed. Behind them, Gethsemane burned until it no longer mattered whether the fires had names. Klein sealed the Grey Knight's records under demon-level contamination protocols before his armor was fully repaired. The report named no forbidden project in plain text. It marked the entire engagement under layered ciphers, psychic quarantine, and execution-grade interdiction. Several surviving mortal witnesses were mind-wiped. Several who could not be safely altered were granted the Emperor's mercy. Klein signed each order without visible hesitation. Vaughn submitted Deathwatch casualty reports and Xeno's behavior analysis. Whole sections were blacked out before they left his gauntlet. Caedmon Ra removed more. The custodian did not request permission. He placed a golden seal across the data, and the machine spirit accepted the silence. Hestefax. 77 was listed as killed in action, body unrecovered, data contamination contained. The lie was almost elegant in its insufficiency. Later, on Terra, the recovered fragment was carried into a chamber without windows. No herald announced it. No choir sang. No historian would know the room had been opened. Caedmon Ra knelt before an unnamed golden authority whose presence filled the chamber without needing to be described. The shield captain placed the sealed data cyst into a stasis reliquary lined with blackstone, silver, and gene-locked restraint script. The cyst pulsed once. No judgment was spoken. Caedmon Ra remained kneeling and waited. Far from Terra, beyond the dead coordinates of Gethsemane Secundus, something survived. Not the sepulchre, not the engine, not the vaults beneath Golgotha. Those were ash, molten stone, and radioactive memory. But the hive mind did not require parchment. It did not require cogitators. It did not require saints, witnesses, or lies. A single Leviathan synapse organism, wounded in the outer dark and carried away within the retreating remnants of a tendril, bore inside its distributed command tissue a broken echo of the sepulchre pattern. Not understanding as men understood, not memory as men cherished. A taste. The engine was destroyed, but the hive mind had tasted the idea inside it. Aboard the Deathwatch strike cruiser, Vaughn stood alone in the reclusiam and cleaned Tyranid ichor from his blade. The chamber was dark, lit only by votive lamps and the red glow of battle damage warnings beyond the sealed doors. Names of the fallen were engraved on black iron plates along the walls. Some were ancient. Some had been added within the hour. Brother Kyle's name waited for inscription. Brother Harkon. Brother Corvain. Others would follow when the scribes were told enough truth to carve without asking why. Vaughn drew a cloth along the Xenophase edge. The ichor resisted, clinging in dark threads. He cleaned it again. Klein entered without announcement. The Grey Knight's armor had been repaired only enough to preserve function. Silver plate bore scars that would need sanctification, re-inscription, and perhaps secrecy. He stood across from Vaughn, halberd held upright, helm beneath one arm. His face was stern, pale and older than its years, as all Grey Knights looked when silence pressed too near the soul. For a long time, neither warrior spoke. At last Klein said, "Do you believe it?" Vaughn did not look up. Ask the question. "Do you believe the Emperor created the Tyranids?" The blade rasped softly beneath the cloth. Vaughn cleaned the last of the ichor from the edge and studied his reflection in the dark metal. It showed him only as red lenses, black armor, and a shape made for war. "No," he said. Klein watched him. Vaughn sheathed the blade. I believe he saw a thing worse than chaos and wondered whether it could be aimed. His gauntlet closed around the weapon's hilt until the leather creaked. "That is enough to damn us all."